All right. Wait, speak of the devil. Just so you know, we are live, Nick. You came in right when I hit the broadcast button. So,
Oh man, I got a dead hooker right here.
Quick hide. I know where to hide the body.
Dude.
Everyone, welcome to the Random Masculine Geek Friday Rogue episode. Just because we can. We're waiting on Rob if he even shows up. I know he's been working overtime, so we'll see what his exhaustion level is. So you've got the two of us, and we have Nick August. Welcome, Nick. This is sort of your idea as well. So
this is a drinking show, right? Though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, this is the Masculine Geek Random Broadcast Drinking Show.
You can drink. All right.
Mm-hmm. I have Guinness in the Lord of the Rings mug. So there you go.
I might have to go. I'll go. The downside to having a high alcohol tolerance level is that you really have to stock up. You know, you're thinking, oh, you know, get a pack of beer, you get some wine, you get a bottle of liquor. And you're like, oh, this will last me for a little bit, and then it's a few days have gone by, and you're like, I need to go do it. This is the advantage. Costco was a lifesaver or a face saver for the alcoholic, right? Because if you went to Costco, you could just buy in huge packs all the the mass pack of wine or beer or liquor or whatever you wanted to buy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I should have gotten. No, it's getting warm here. It's a little too warm. I'm a seasonal drinker when it comes to beer. I drink stouts during the cold season, and then I drink lagers and Hefeweizens during the summer months. Though we're in a weird spot here in April where it's getting up to the 70s almost, and this is when it's supposed to be raining and cloudy and whatever. I don't know. It's been a weird year. The winter was really crappy. Didn't snow much, and so it's
same here. We got absolutely no snow. No snow.
No, something.
All right. So what's going on your end, Nick? Aside from the dead hookers.
Well,
Dead Hooker Society.
I have the same problem as kind of as TJ does, because I don't necessarily have a high tolerance for alcohol, but I drink so much slower now because because I'm older, I like buying just the good stuff for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't, I can't, I've got Woodford Reserve here right now, which, it's not Pappy Van Winkle money, but it's still, $60 for a bottle. And, so I don't want to just shoot through that.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I can't drink. I bought this cheap Canadian whiskey just as a kind of a joke, and I ran out of my usual whiskey, and so I'm thinking, oh, maybe I can just have this, have a whiskey and rum. I poured a little bit with Coke and tried drinking it, and I almost gagged. I couldn't. If that was all I had, I will not drink it. So I'm probably gonna have to do a store run later tonight to get some actual good whiskey. But yeah.
Right here now, they have the stores set up so that they have limited hours, limited days a week, and then they'll only let 5 people in at a time. And you just have to stand at the counter, tell them what you want, they'll go fetch it for you, then you leave. Which that ruins my experience.
Yeah, they set that shit up over at the Whole Foods near me, and it's for like all these like this fucking Disneyland layout on the floor where you got to follow the dots and you have to be like fucking. And then on top of that, they had one of their retard employees. Oh well, you can't come in the store without a mask. I'm like, no, first of all, what you're doing is illegal. Unless we're under martial law, you can kiss my ass. And I went in anyway. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, but see, here's the thing: assuming all of the hysteria is true, and I'm still not buying it. I'm a natural skeptic anyway, but I think it should be taken seriously. But what that means, I think there's a wide variety of responses for what that could mean. And just walking through the grocery store, even, there are people standing at the entrance saying, okay, mind your social distance, mind your 6 feet. But if you could be staying 6 feet away, somebody who's 6 feet in front of you breathes this highly contagious, stuff out into the air, and you're walking through their jet wash anyway. I mean,
it's so freaking stupid. I mean, if people want to wear masks, they can do whatever they want. First of all, if I'm going to wear a mask, I'm buying one of those Bane masks that I can get off of Amazon. Like, if I'm going to do this, I'm just going to make fun of it. It's so freaking stupid.
Well, if you're going to go mask, go with something that is actually going to scientifically do what you need it to do. Okay, these fucking little people just were putting scarves up over their face, and these, like, that thing with if you were going to go ahead and paint your fucking house or do some kind of like woodwork.
Yeah.
I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that's sufficient. So essentially, it's just, here's the illusion of safety. Have at it. So that's why I told the guy, I know you're doing what you're doing. You kiss my ass. I'm not doing that, because there are people walking around just holding a scarf up, or what? No.
It's funny, if you really want to screw with somebody, they go, "I'm sorry, sir, you have to wear a mask when you come in here." I'll just point on my face and say, "This is my true mask."
There you go. I'm wearing my invisible mask.
Do you really want me to take the mask off?
I'm wearing the face of the last person who told me to wear a mask.
Oh gosh. Well, the thing is, it reminds me of when they were, teaching kids to duck and hide under their desk if there was a nuclear explosion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. And this comment here by Nonstop Deer 360, here in California, you can get $1,000 ticket. It's like any other ticket. It's a way to extort money from the public.
Yeah, I'm at the point. I'm actually not. I'm not trying to sound like the, conspiracy guy or whatever, but I'm getting to the point where I'm just preparing. It's like Plan B, C, D, and E. That when they finally start to reopen stuff, it gives them context to say, before you open up or before you continue doing stuff, you got to take this vaccination. You got to do all this stuff, right? Where you put the tattoo on your arm, wear the mark of the beast, whatever it is. And guys, men have to think about this in advance of when and under what context do you draw the line where you just walk, right? So, for me, I'm just thinking, like, how do I navigate this? Because I'm not a like radical guy, but I'm not stupid, right? I know where it's heading, and so at some point you got to have a line, and most people don't have one, and so it gets completely violated constantly. So what's your line? So I've got a couple of things where it's like, if this is what's required to go to a grocery store, I'm just not going to go to the grocery store. If there's whatever it is, and if they're, I don't know, like I kind of have a bug out bag now that's sort of a just pick up and go, because if it's gotten to that point, guys, I'm not saying literal cattle cars, but I'm saying like that concept of just rounding people up to stop the spread of infection, it's not that far behind, right?
Did you see the video today? Did you see that video of the guy they pulled off of the bus in Philadelphia because he wasn't wearing a mask and everybody else was? And so the bus driver stopped, and about 10 Philly cops got on there, and they dragged his ass right off of that bus.
Yeah. And it's interesting. If you look at the comments, and that's where as Rob says, all the interesting things happen in the comments. Go into the comments section and look at the responses and the Twitter responses from the people that are supporting the police doing this kind of like radical bullshit. They're all these fucking pasty, mangina, weak. It's ridiculous. I don't even get me started. I just can't take it.
Well,
you have to go back to something I'll put it in Rollo Tomasi's terms because I like the way he phrases it, although he's phrasing it for something slightly different. But a man has to start his day as his own mental point of origin, and that applies to everything in life, right? That doesn't just apply to, women or jobs or whatever. So, when I get into a situation, and I've been in a couple here already where somebody wants me to do something I don't like, I just say no, or I blow them off and I do it anyway. And I think that, to TJ's point, I think we're much closer to that kind of distributed rebellion attitude actually manifesting itself in real life situations than I've seen in a long time, or ever, maybe.
Yeah.
I think that this is my gut feeling. They are relying on people to comply, but the moment somebody is ready to use violence to resist, I think they're going to back off, because what happened, for example, let's say someone's taking a walk in a park, but they happen to have a concealed permit, and they just decide they're not going to take any shit. Like, what do? You cannot shoot someone for taking a stroll in a park and think that that's not going to just immediately trigger a fight. They're trying to see how much they can get away with, how far they can push the envelope, how far they can push the overt window. But the problem with these kind of people, this kind of thinking, is that you overplay your hand severely, and you end up losing rather than gaining if you had just taken what was possible. Like, okay, great, you've accomplished a lot. End it now, right? But if they keep stretching it out, if they keep pushing it to the point where people are just saying this is crap, we're not going to deal with this, right? Or you have, I don't know. It's, for me, I'm not reacting so much as I'm watching and observing and taking into account this stuff in my own life, where it doesn't surprise me that there's people snitching on their neighbors. It's not surprising that there are people who are, most people are complying out of fear of a disease or virus or infection that is completely, yes, Stast, I don't even know how to pronounce your name. Yeah, I know. Those are isolated incidents. I'm talking about where the issue at hand is in the mass public focus, right? These red flag warrants or whatever it is, those are concerning people that nobody really knows over issues that aren't really well known, as opposed to where you have it's all rhetoric and it's all emotional, right? I mean, this is why they won't do in mass gun confiscation, because it'll immediately trigger most Americans to violence. They'll just immediately, it's like Americans psychologically feel like they can only violently resist government under certain conditions, and until it's happened, it's like their programming will not activate. But the moment they do certain things, it just activates. This isn't logical or rational. This is just how people operate for the most part. They're not thinking about it logically, whereas I'm looking at it logically and saying the government can get away with a lot as long as they don't trigger that part of the American psyche. Because once they do, it's over. Like you're going to end up having a fight, and things could get very bad.
Well, the problem with this situation, which I think is exactly what you're saying, is that, first of all, most of the government is made up of bureaucrats and functionaries who just assume people are going to comply, because most people do comply. And that's kind of dependent on your region of the country and how big of a city you live in, because there's a big difference between how people are going to respond in New York City compared to, my little town of 15,000 in South Alabama. So there's that. But then there's also the part where this has not been tested in a really, really, really long time. And I don't think people realize exactly how fucked everybody feels in their minds right now. They felt that way already before this even happened. But then when they're looking at the news or they're trying to get information on the internet. And I sat here, you know, my career has been partially, I'm a data geek. And so I've been sitting here thinking, how much do we really know about any of this? And the fact of the matter is, even the people who are supposedly in charge, there hasn't been enough time to really gather any substantial data to formulate any kind of best recommendations aside from, you know, if you're sick, stay home. If you're weak and elderly, stay home. That makes sense. But anything beyond that seems to me based on almost no data that is relevant or valid at all yet. So I don't know where they think this is going to go, but you can only push this so long.
Well, that's
say, I need my paycheck, damn it.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the problem, is that they're creating the condition in which people get desperate. And that's where here's the thing. I don't know. And one thing I've learned over the last couple of weeks is I know I'm more certain that I don't know about stuff in life that I thought I did before. One of the things I will say, though, is I find it very difficult to believe that this is planned or coordinated or that it was manufactured, because a lot of the things could easily backfire on them.
Sure.
Like you were just saying, making people desperate, taking away their money. Yes, that could make them more controllable, but you're also they're blaming the government right now. They have somebody to blame, right? Like they have somebody to point their finger at for why they shut down everything, right?
Thanks, Russell.
The government bankrupted me. The government caused all this to happen. Like, why do we have to shut down the economy? They have nothing to show for it. There's really not a lot of mass deaths going on. So they got to have somebody that they got to blame for this, and I really don't see any of that. People are going to get angry and upset, and they're going to take it out on somebody. So who are they going to take it out on instead of the government? I don't see them coming up with a scapegoat that's really going to. I think, you know, Jack Donovan, the writer on masculinity, he says that, you know, try to not contribute or attribute a conspiracy theory to something that's just human behavior. And a part of what I'm seeing is, and I can't help but notice, is the very high age, like the older age of most government officials, of most government people. They tend to be older. And so I wonder if this is just them psychologically in mass as a generation overreacting to a situation. Because another thing is the baby boomers are, my experience has been with a lot of them, not all of them. If you're one of them and this doesn't apply to you, whatever. They tend to, when they get scared, they become control freaks, right? So I'm just saying that I think that is a part of it. I'm not saying it's all of it. I think that there's just so many elements going in. It's like, you know, there's a lot of ingredients necessary for recipe. This country has a lot of those recipes. The Western world has a lot of those recipes.
Yeah, this is I don't think this is a conspiracy to control people and finally implement, you know, the lizard people's domination of America or the globe. What I think it is, if there's any conspiracy here, it's a conspiracy to get a Democrat elected in November. And
they picked the weirdest one, though. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, I think, you know, my point, I guess, is that everybody in media wants to find a way to blame some aspect of this on Trump failing to do X, Y, or Z. And the fact of the matter is, you know, we live in a constitutional republic. We have a federalist government. Each state in the union is responsible for having their own disaster preparedness supplies. It's not the job of, you know, Washington, D.C. to make sure that everybody has all of their, you know, Band-Aids and bullets and beans and everything else. It's the purpose. It's the responsibility of each state to do that. And the fact that everybody just wants to say that America's not prepared because of something the federal government did or did not do, is is either intentional, out of intention, or it's out of ignorance. Both of those are equally as bad. So it's either a deliberate conspiracy or a conspiracy by ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying for those of us who are more tinfoil hat, Ted Kaczynski minded. I'm not, maybe not Ted Kaczynski, Alex Jones, probably more appropriate. I'm not saying that the government isn't capable of conspiracies, and I understand that they are competent in certain areas. But the thing I will say though is that they tend to be, look at, it would be so easy for, this is my analysis, it would be very easy for the Democrats to get Trump out of office. All they would need to do is run a kind of moderate, rhetorically moderate guy who conveys competence, right? And who's not going to upset or scare anybody. He's just going to say, look, you know, we're going to deal with all this other stuff. And that's it. Like he doesn't have to do anything. He just has to not screw it up. Well, the problem is they didn't. They picked a guy who's like drooling and 5 minutes away from going to a senior care center. And I'm thinking it was that or another geriatric socialist that wanted to burn the system down. Like they pick the biggest clowns, the worst people, the people least likely to beat him in an election. So this is where it's like, if these are the people who are running the party, I can't believe that any of these people are competent enough to do anything. I think that this is my thought, that it's all show for the most part, that the people who actually pull the strings and call the shots, they are the deep state. They are the people who, they're unelected bureaucrats. They're private contractors, the military industrial complex. They're people who you never hear, you never see. I've worked enough in media to know the main, like the people who are important to talk to are never in the story. The people who are important, who are the ones who cause things to change, who are behind the scenes. It's like a movie, right? You never see the director, but the director is the one making the movie. And then you got the producer and the editor, but you never see the people who make the movie. You don't see the people in the movie. So I think that is a good way to approach politics as well, as they're all actors and actresses. And so the question is, I want to know who's producing the film. I want to know who's directing it, right? Because they're showing us, it's all camera angles, right? They're showing us what they want us to see. Occasionally that changes, but I think that I don't know. Like I'm looking at it, I just don't know, and that's, I think, the healthiest attitude to have. I do know that our rights are being violated, and they're infringing on our civil liberties in a way we haven't. I don't even think it was this bad in World War II. And guess what? We had at the time, the Japanese had attacked, and there was a possibility that they could start attacking the West Coast if they sank our carriers. So yeah, a little bit different situation than what's going on now.
Yeah. Well, everybody has an agenda, right? I mean, we all have an agenda. My agenda is, get off my lawn and leave me alone. And I don't really give a shit what you do as long as you don't try to do it to me. Or, with some obvious, don't mess with little kids and stuff like that. But for the most part, that's my agenda, is just fuck off and, I'll take care of me, you do you. And when we need to get together and, take care of some business, we'll get together and take care of some business. That's good enough for me. But
you have this like small, what they call circle of empathy that you have, when, whether you want to call it a tribe or you're real good buddies or whatever. And that's what you are concerned with, not everything else.
Right. I'm becoming more and more of a, I don't want to use the word tribalist, but more of a, I believe in the concept of rights, but here's the problem is that I only have at this point concern for the rights of people that I care about. This doesn't mean I violate other people's rights, but we live in such a weird world now in terms of that, where it's it's kind of it's not every man for himself, but it's every group for themselves. Nobody, this idea that everybody has there's no sense of reciprocal mutual obligation in terms of respecting rights. It's sort of, what can you get away with? Well, okay, I'm going to get away with being free. I'm going to get away with ensuring that people I care about are free as well, right? If it's infringing on the rights of others, I may not agree with it, I may not approve it, but I don't see it as my God-given duty to go over there and fix that problem.
Well, the problem with rights is that, especially now, and I see this 9 out of 10 people who even speak about it, their whole thing about rights is it's up to the government to enforce their rights, and that's ass backwards. It's up to you to enforce your rights.
Mm-hmm.
You're only free if you can say no. And if you can't say no without reprisal,
it's an illusion.
It's an illusion. And so the real problem here is there is a minority of people in this country that understand that. Everyone else thinks, okay, well, I will stand up for my rights as long as the government says that I can, which is,
well, we still
get more than that.
Well, the other thing I would add is we still have the bread and circus. Like, we still have the whole idea that you can still watch TV, you can still watch Netflix, you can still watch Disney Plus, you can still go on your computers, go to the internet, and notice what they considered essential. Like, wheat shops are essential. You can still buy your booze and your cigarettes.
I would say, when I heard about that, I get it, because then you'd have a major riot on your hands, and
that's the point. It's like
millions of people going through fucking alcohol withdrawal.
Well, no, that's the point. Is like which is why I don't buy any of this nonsense where they're saying, oh, non-essential services. Instead, you would just say, look, here's some practices that every business has to engage in if they want to remain open, right? And do that. Instead, they're picking businesses, but they know which businesses Americans will not tolerate closing. Weed, liquor, grocery stores, and don't take away their online access. Like, if the government shut down, but the other thing that they're doing that I think is kind of understated or left unsaid, they're forcing people to confront things that they would otherwise avoid by just going about their day and being busy. Now they're stuck at home. They're dealing with things that they could avoid, like the fact that maybe they don't really want to be a parent. They don't they're discovering all these other things that they can start asking questions about, as we talked about before. Mm-hmm. Relationships, their kids, education, public education,
money.
If their kids can do it here, why do we have to spend thousands of dollars in property tax, at least in my state, property taxes to fund public education? Why can't it be done online, like for in some cases for free? Well, why don't they just be on YouTube? Mm-hmm. Looking up practical life skills. Why do we have all of our manufacturing in China? Why don't we have it over here so that we can provide jobs for people who are unemployed? Why do we have open borders? Why don't we have greater immigration restrictions so that people who have infections can't just come to the country? I mean, those discussions are now possible, whereas otherwise before they wouldn't. So, I've said this before, I don't think globalists planned this, because it's like it's accelerating a confrontation that they could have put off for a long time. But regardless, I'm kind of planning for anything. So I'm planning to, I plan for something like this, and I've also I'm getting ready for the possibility that they may say, oh, well, you need to have this tattoo, or you need to take this vaccine. Yeah, I'm not taking your vaccine.
Not doing it. Nope.
I don't think, here's the thing with human beings being what they are, especially these days, you really don't need a conspiracy. I mean, imagine a playground full of kids, if a copperhead snake, falls off a tree branch into the middle of the playground, the kids are going to scatter, and who knows what's going to happen, how long it's going to take to put them back together. That's a little bit of what's going on right now. And I think that all of this, Bill Gates can go fuck himself. Nobody's going to do that.
Do you know he didn't vaccinate his kids?
He what?
So there was this, it's not confirmed, but according to one news source I read, his Bill Gates' physician or doctor was recorded in some private meeting or conference saying, that Bill Gates adamantly refused to have his kids vaccinated. So I know people go crazy whenever you talk about this stuff, but I'm just saying, like, my whole point is just whenever you're not allowed to question something, I'm immediately suspicious. Because if it's so true, it's like gravity. Nobody freaks out when you're like, well, gravity, like, I don't understand. It's an invisible force. We've never seen it. How do you know it exists? Well, go walk off that cliff and see how well it goes for you, right? Instead, with anything else, they have to come up with all this like shaming or these weird rationalizations. Herd immunity. Well, wait a minute. So you take the vaccine and you're still not okay. You need other people to also take it to not get what? Why I don't quite follow your logic here on that. And it just triggers the weirdest reaction from both sides. You've got people who are like, we need to kill anybody who doesn't get vaccinated. And then there's people like, I will kill anybody to prevent from being vaccinated or something like that. But, I'm not on either side. I'm just like, I should be able to question anybody or anything at any time. And whenever I get a vitriolic emotional response, I'm very skeptical of that argument. But, the fact Bill Gates is so big into vaccination, I'm like, well, why? And why is it so big in Africa?
I mean, the problem is that there are, now you have the powers that be that implemented all this shit. So now they have to play it off like it was the right thing to do. So now they are invested. If there's a conspiracy at any level, it's at that level to be like, all right, if we just say, oh yeah, we really didn't know what we were doing. We were just reacting off the cuff, and
it's like UFO sighting. It's all plausible deniability. I mean, it's
right.
Well, talk about
in defending that shit, and then people like Bill Gates, and we know there are people in the government who don't want to waste a crisis. So there are people who their natural response to any kind of chaos is to automatically impose order on it of whatever kind they think is the most reasonable. And most of those guys are top-down socialist central planning type people who just want to grab that power and control because that's what they're all about. It's
Well, so that's an example of why you were talking about the UFOs. So what was happening? This is the official story. The Air Force was conducting these tests where they were using these balloons to detect nuclear testing in Russia or in the Soviet Union, right? And one of them crashed or fell down to Earth or whatever, and it was recovered and believed to be part of a UFO. The Air Force almost encouraged the conspiracy theory that they had discovered a UFO because it completely distracted from what they were actually doing. So, I mean, my whole thought on conspiracy theories is that they're usually conservative in what they're accusing the government of doing, and that the government is probably doing something even worse. Because what we do know is Operation, I think it was Northwood or whatever. There was a plan by the Joint Chiefs to conduct false flag attacks on U.S. citizens to justify invading Cuba. I mean, that got all the way to Kennedy's desk. Now, he didn't allow it or authorize it, but I mean, these are conspiracies. It's not so much that whatever you accuse the government of doing doesn't mean they did it. It means and the response doesn't say anything, because even if they don't really have a good argument against it, it may be that they are trying to hide something else, right? There's other things, but I'm afraid we're gonna get a bunch of crazies over here if we start talking about other stuff like certain events in 1969.
It's like gaslighting on a national level. It's like the chick who, she purposely goes shopping and spends $500 on clothes so that you'll get mad at that, but you won't ask why it took her 5 hours to go shopping for clothes when 4.5 hours or 3.5 hours or whatever she was off fucking some other dude. I mean, it's like you'd rather take the hit on the silliest thing so that becomes the focus, just like you said, and then the whatever's really going on kind of fades off into the background as a non-entity or something that's not even in the mix.
Right.
Not that I would know anything about that.
No, I mean, I have fun. I enjoy conspiracy theories, like it's just reading about them, because it's always just, it's almost like reading science fiction or reading a novel, right? You're reading about stuff that probably didn't happen, but it's just,
Good story.
yeah.
Mhm. It's all a good pretext for a story. Absolutely.
Right. I mean, you talk about stuff that they claim was going on in the 50s.
I wouldn't. That's not even a conspiracy, Chess. That's a real life reality there.
I mean, it's really fascinating though that conspiracy theories really kicked off in the 60s and 70s. You know, with the JFK assassination and Vietnam and all that stuff. And one person theorized that the Watergate scandal, for whatever reason, I mean, out of all the things that the federal government has done, Watergate was probably the most vanilla, low key, not bad. I mean, he broke. Nixon had a bunch of guys break into a hotel room to dig up dirt on the DNC. Meanwhile, one Democrat president openly rounded up thousands of U.S. citizens, put them in internment camps. It's like,
yeah.
I'm trying. It's just so funny. Like, you know, like, oh, we lose trust in government. Like,
Ass.
Well, think about mass communication, because you can't disseminate conspiracy theories either as an entertainment, as a tactic, as a strategy, or whatever reason, unless you have people that are connected in some way and can receive that on a regular basis. So, you know, until there were TVs and radios and all that everywhere, and there was no, you could, that was really when you could successfully have a conspiracy, like, you know, the plot to assassinate Lincoln, because there's no way for, even if people knew about it, it would be very difficult for them to tell anybody about it. But now you can say anything, and depending on who's listening, it becomes the gospel truth in, 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think that Vox Day has a very good saying that I agree with. He goes, the official story is never the actual story. It may be similar. It may have some similarities. It may be 90% true, but there is some part of it that is completely false. Like, you know, whatever it is, whether it's World War II, whether it's World War I, whether it's Vietnam, whether it's 9/11 or the going to the moon or whatever, there's whatever they told us happened is not really what happened. There's always something that they either hid, left out, or lied about. And that's, I don't understand why that's so hard for people to grasp. The idea that your government wouldn't lie to you. As one, I think it was one of the guys who worked in the Pentagon during Vietnam, or he was the secretary, press secretary for president, and he said, like, most of what the president says isn't true. Like, whether it's for national security reasons, whether it's for public safety, whether it's just plain, whatever. He just says they lie all the time. They don't actually tell you what's going on. Think about it. Think about like the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? We, as the viewer of the movie 13 Days, we get to see what the president and top people in the country knew at the moment it was happening. But the public didn't really know what was going on.
Right.
They didn't know that they were doing that trade with V2 rockets. They didn't know all this crazy stuff that they understood. So that's where I have a really hard time formulating any opinion about what's going on a national level. I'm always thinking, okay, what is going on that we don't know about?
Well, it's clear over the past, really clear the past 5 years that the mainstream media cannot be trusted.
I don't have, like I said, I don't have a formulated opinion, but if it was discovered that most institutions in the United States were bought and paid for by foreign governments or foreign corporations or foreign peoples, and essentially the government is being ruled by de facto by foreign occupation, that would not shock me in the slightest. I mean, my working assumption is that I'm ruled by a foreign government, because that when you come up with an idea and like there's consistent logic to it, when what you see, you have a theory, you have a hypothesis about human behavior, and it allows you to accurately predict human behavior, chances are that your theory is accurate. It's an accurate theory. So my assumption that I'm ruled by foreigners completely makes sense when people absolutely lose their damn minds when you talk about restricting any form of immigration of any kind under any circumstances in this country. When that's the national debate scope, I'm like, okay, we are ruled by foreigners. Like that's the only way to describe it. Because if we were ruled by nationalists,
directly or indirectly, yes, you are correct.
Yeah, if we were ruled by nationalists, the wall would have been built like 50 years ago. We would have built a wall, or we would have very strict restrictions on who's allowed in or out. But because we're ruled by foreigners, we can't have that discussion because they want the ability to come in and out at will.
Well, that's an interesting point to me because I look at it in terms of cyberpunk fiction, okay? And so in books like Neuromancer by William Gibson and other shit since then, the primary hierarchy of the world, of the globe, is not really governments anymore. It becomes corporations. And so, you can't work for a corporation and then just quit and go and work for another company without retribution from the company you're leaving if they still want you. There's little bits in there where it's almost like you're defecting to another nation. And I think we're in a situation where the powers that be are indebted through globalism. And I'm not saying all globalism is bad. There's got to be a little bit of cooperation going on, or else we're going to have serious economic impacts.
Right.
Which I'd be in favor of that as well if we were willing to pay the price for it and change our lifestyle. But the fact of the matter is that with that sort of thing being so enmeshed between companies and governments, and power being located more in certain alliances and groups of people than necessarily simply in each nation's government, you can get a lot of that kind of influence that changes what a national policy is. I mean, we do it with other countries all the time. So it's reasonable to suspect that other countries are doing it to us, and our elected officials are complicit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't say these things for people so that like they get depressed or whatever. I've already gone. I guess I've already gone through the grief phase where I acknowledge that the country or the world that I thought I grew up in or that I was going to inherit is just not there. That's I don't know. Everybody's in their different phases, but my mindset now is, what do we build next? What do we do next? And it's.
How old are you?
What's it? What?
How old are you?
I'm in my early 30s.
Okay, I think a lot of that's what everybody goes. I mean, I know I sound like a patronizing fuck, but everybody goes through that. I think when they get into their 30s, it's like, holy shit. I learned in my 20s my parents weren't who I thought they were, and now in my 30s I'm learning the world is not like I thought it was. And then you spend about 10 years trying to do something about it, and when that doesn't work, you just say, "Oh fuck it, enjoy the decline."
Yeah, I mean,
you become Aaron Clary. Yes.
Well, I mean, the problem. Yeah, but I don't necessarily disagree with the enjoy the decline concept to a point, but his whole motto is as long as they keep the lights on. And the problem is what happens when they don't. Yeah. Like that's where I'm like thinking, okay, I'm going to enjoy the decline, but I also don't like the party can only go on for so long before you're like, okay, I'd like to go do something productive. Enjoying the decline means just kind of being hedonistic and not building something. But I'm more of a guy who wants to build something and kind of withdraw from all that. The problem is most overwhelmingly most men don't even understand what's going on. The ones that do are depressed about it and really don't want to do anything about it. And
again, there's a problem, and there's no we don't have the tools to get the solution for just the average everyday man. I mean, to Nick's point, there's not enough. There's too much conflicting information. You don't know what to do.
Too many people.
Yeah, and there's once again, TJ, we talked about this. Yeah. It's another issue of too many options.
So. Yeah, I think that, this is why I hope I understood when I say this. A real crisis would force men to collaborate in a way that they don't now because they don't have to. And this is why a part of me is saying the only way for things to get better is for things to get worse, because that's only in some ways. Like, people will say, well, it's not all great. It's like, this, like, the idea that this is going to just drag on. It's like spending the rest of it's like spending 30 years watching somebody on life support, right? You're like, when are we going to get closure with this so that we can move on with our lives, right? That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. It's like, at what point?
Yeah, I know. There's this thing that is ingrained in our brains that we want to know how it all ends, but the fact of the matter is, you never do. And there was this libertarian chick who used to write back. I used to read her back around the 2000s, named Claire Wolfe. I don't know if she's still writing anywhere right now, but she used to say, it's too late to work within the system and too early to shoot the bastards. And, right. And I think that's a good statement, but that's almost always the case. It's almost very rare that you ever see some kind of anything like the American Revolution or the French Revolution. It takes a long time to get to that point, and then once that happens, it takes a long time to get to that point again. And I think that we have this expectation that, if we just do X, Y, and Z, we're going to make things the way we want them. But that day never really comes. Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a cynical old guy who's not a boomer, but that's a cynical old guy talking.
Nick, what was that? Was that quote again from that writer? That writer?
It's too late to work within the system and too early to shoot the bastards.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I really would struggle with anger, is that, previous generations should have held the line and they didn't. And so now we're at the point where we're in that situation. We can't fix things, but there's nothing we can do about it. There's no peaceful solution to addressing any of these problems. It's like someone who wouldn't take care of a house until it's beyond repair. And trying to repair it is just, or trying to keep it up is degrading. It's like, it's got to collapse. We got to let it go.
And I would argue that and this probably isn't going to win me any friends, but my argument would be that the two things that set this country on the worst possible downhill course that we've been on, if you want to look at it that way, is the Civil War, or the War of Northern Aggression, as we call it down here, and the passing of the income tax.
Yeah,
because both of those things invested the federal government with far too much power, and both of those sapped the de facto sort of existential ability for the states to determine their own course and to say no to the federal government in a major way that is impacting us right now. And I would argue those two things were extremely detrimental to the country. And neither of them were necessary either. They were all about power grabs as well. So, it comes, for me, it always comes down to that. And and the problem with that is that the genius of federalism in the way we set it up, it's a little bit idealistic, but it works if you allow it to work, because it's very scalable. It's a very distributed way of apportioning power through, like I said, distributing it widely, and then also implementing a system of checks and balances. I think it's a beautiful system, but it only works if everybody buys into it. And once people start exploiting it for their own ends, it becomes like anything else.
I think that the biggest, if I could go back in time to the Constitutional Convention, the number one thing that I would have changed is just said the 10th Amendment would have said, not only is any power, the whole thing about not delegated federal government, but it would have included a simple sentence. It is the right of any state to leave the Union at any time on its, based on whatever measure, but essentially is the right of any state to leave the Union at any time. And that would completely change the dynamics of the United States, these United States. And yeah, it did. The country recovered in some ways. Like if you want to talk about freedom, go back to. I talked to some people who are still alive about what life was like back in the 40s and 30s, and the level of freedom that they had compared to now is just it's indescribably different. I mean, you could order guns in Sears catalog. You could order ammo. You could order anything.
They used to have shooting ranges, classes in high schools.
People. Here's the thing. I understand that there were problems back then, but I don't think that there was anywhere near the level of psychological disorders and mental illness and all this other stuff that is the product of modern society. And I don't even think that is the result of urban living or whatever. I think that is the unnatural way that people have lived their lives. Again, I'm not saying that there's a solution to it on a macro level. The micro level is, just I've responded in my own way. I've responded by taking measures in my own life to avoid the negative impacts of that stuff. So yeah, the income tax and the Civil War were bad for the country, and there's a lot of lessons to be learned over the years on that kind of stuff. I'm at the point in my life where I'm more action oriented, so it's like, what do I do? What can I do? What is a good path? And
that's the key question: is what can.
Yeah, but you're also not a typical millennial in my view, just based on my kids.
I am definitely not.
There's a whole new designation and term for TJ.
I am definitely I really genuinely have nothing in common with millennials. Kind of like how Aaron's a boomer instead of a Gen Xer. I kind of consider myself like I've identified more with the greatest generation type men, and when I talk to them, I feel better talking to them than I feel talking to people in my own generation, because their way of thinking, a lot of them have died, but their way of thinking was just made sense to me. It was like, okay, I get we spoke the same language. It was kind of weird.
And there was no ideology there, right? Because when I feel the same way when I've hung out with, first grandparents and great uncles and people like that, and other people I've met along the way, the guys that back when I used to go and I was able to go and have breakfast at the diner every morning. I used to sit near these, there's this conclave of these old fuckers there who are always there talking. And I sit close to them specifically so I can just eavesdrop, and they kind of, I don't try to insert myself into what they're doing. They, we say hi to each other. I sit there like I'm reading a book or looking at my phone, but I'm really listening to them, because there's the ideology, if they have any, it's just patriotism. That's all it is. There's no real, there's no real need to question capitalism and question fairness and question anything else, because their response to everything was always, all right, what do I need to do to get the job done? And it kind of ended there. And they didn't worry about it. And they also didn't expect anybody to come bail them out. And that's you almost don't see that anymore with among anybody, and those guys are all dying out. So it's very difficult to find people who just have that sort of independent, self-reliant attitude where, yeah, I may not be, maybe no man is an island and I can't do everything myself, but I'm going to do as much as I possibly fucking can myself before I start asking other people for it. You don't see that much anymore.
No, you don't.
No, it's, for my generation, one of the things that part of it is, I think, also the way I grew up, the context of which I grew up, the culture and all that stuff, the stuff that I was exposed to when I was a kid. So I don't know if this is, I just understood stuff that eludes a lot of millennials, like the idea of debt, the idea that you don't get something for nothing. The sense of entitlement that a lot of them have, and I think, I don't know, I don't understand them. I don't understand their way of thinking. But I think a part of it is, I don't think a lot of them had to actually think about stuff. They didn't have to be rational. They grew up in households where they were allowed to be irrational, to be unreasonable. Especially if they grew up with parents who kind of saw them as like their buddy. They didn't impose any discipline, and so the kids could easily just, like, they didn't have any restraint on their ego at all.
That's right. And there was, and if you really think about the timelines here, the generation we're talking about was also a generation where they grew up where life was much tougher, where the man had authority and responsibility.
Yeah.
And that changed. And when that changed and we adopted a more feminized approach to society and culture, as well as especially in the home, and, there was divorce exploded, everything else along those cultural lines, that had a huge impact on the family that nobody either, most people aside from people like us don't want to talk about it. They're afraid to talk about it, or they think it's the best thing that ever happened. And
well, they don't want to talk about it. It's like, they don't want to talk about it because people have committed so far to a narrative that they're scared of acknowledging it. I mean, they've spent their whole lives not thinking about this stuff. And that's why these people get so triggered, why they need safe spaces, because they've spent their whole lives never having to be exposed to different ideas.
Well, not only that, they've gone through no struggle.
Yeah, they've got
absolutely no struggle whatsoever. And when you have everything handed to you, you don't value anything. Not only that, when reality kicks you in the fucking nuts or your gun, you lose your shit and expect the world, that not yourself to take care of your issue, but you want the world to be your safety blanket now.
See, I never understood that. I was always of the mind, but again, I grew up in probably a different home than most millennials in this sense, or maybe just different. But I always wanted opportunities to prove I was capable of doing something. So then I want to actually go through hardship or struggle or be allowed to do something, be allowed to fail. Whereas a lot of millennials, it's like, I never want to be allowed to fail, or they weren't allowed. Their parents kind of paved the way for them or something like that.
Well, yeah, and there's no appreciation when we talked about before, the struggle or the journey. What happens is if you don't learn to struggle and overcome these roadblocks in life, I mean, and you have other people handle that for you, it builds on itself. When the next one comes up, you're looking around like, oh shit, somebody saved me. Well, no one's going to save you. So what's the next thing? Well, my parents can't or won't. So now it's daddy government.
Right. Exactly.
When I was in my 20s, I had just gotten out of school with my, stupid master's degree in linguistics and literature. And of course, couldn't get a job anywhere. So I went back to work in construction. And I drove, the company I worked for we basically drove around the state and stayed in hotels all week long and worked on whatever job we had in whatever city we were in. Well, the guy that I was helping, the guy that was the dude in charge, I was about 24, 25. He was about 55. Old country boy. And we just, we'd spend, sometimes we spend 3 or 4 hours in the van just driving somewhere. So we talked a lot. And he told me this story once about when he grew up. They grew up on a farm outside of Tuscaloosa, and his daddy worked in a steel mill over there, or some kind of manufacturing job where he worked the graveyard shift, and then he would come home, get a couple hours of sleep, and then get up and work the land all day, take a nap, and then go on to work. Well, Al, who was my boss, he had some jobs. He had his chores he had to do, and I don't remember if it was milking the goats or if it was feeding the whatever out in the barn, but there was this shit that he was supposed to do before he went to bed. And he said one winter his daddy came home and checked up on him, and he hadn't done any of that stuff. And so his daddy came in and just, kicked him in the bed and said, you better get out there.
Get your ass up and take care of business.
And he was like, it was cold, it was windy, and it's middle of winter or something. And his dad didn't give a fuck. He was like, you didn't get it done, get it done. And so he went and got it done. But the interesting part of that story is that he would talk about his dad and about how great his dad was. And he didn't see his dad very much because they were always working, and he was in school. And when he wasn't in school, he was working. So maybe they worked together some, but there wasn't any of this, hey, I'm going to go and coach you in baseball, and then I'm going to take you fishing, and then I'm going to go do this. They did some of that, but it wasn't like today where you hear a lot of guys saying, oh, you got to spend, the max amount of time with your kids as you can, or they're going to grow up to be trash, and they're not going to love you, and they're not going to do this or that. That's simply not the case. That's part of that millennial lie that I see people have adopted in a lot of spaces, including in, the man-spears space in some cases. And it's bullshit. It's because they've bought into, they don't realize they've bought into a feminine line of thinking themselves while promoting themselves as being very masculine in orientation. But the fact of the matter was, Al was one of the best guys I ever knew. He was a hard worker. He was a fair man. He wasn't ridiculously mean. He wasn't ridiculously nice either. He was just a good, solid dude. And he was the top guy in that company, and the boss trusted him to get shit done. So if there was ever any kind of problem with a customer or client or anything that needed to be resolved, he was always sending us over there because Al was the guy who handled it. And he barely saw his dad growing up. And his dad died young, I think, because he had such a hard life. So, it's that kind of struggle and those kinds of, I don't know what you would call them, like, the masculine framework in the home made a big difference back then. And you can see that it makes a big difference now in its absence. Mm-hmm. And I think that will have a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
I think that, when people talk about how much time you spend with your kids, I think that it's not just, or it's not even about the time you spend with them. It's that, this is my hunch. A lot of people spend time with their kids, but they don't treat their kids like they're human beings. They treat them like an accessory, like a pet, like their coat, right? Yeah. Like a car. They don't actually interact with their kids. They drag their kids from place to place, and they see their kid as an extension of themselves. So when their kids grow up to hate them, it's because they never allowed their kid to become their own person, right? So I'm wondering if, I don't know if I'm ever going to be a dad or whatever, but I would always think that, when you tell your kids something, like, they got to know you're telling them something, like, you're not lying to them. You would never lie to them. You're telling them the truth as best as you know. You understand that you're not infallible, and if they want to go figure things out for themselves, they're free to do so. And that you're giving them practical advice in life. I mean, some dads, I don't know how many, I don't have a lot of exposure to a lot of dads at this point, but I know that a lot of them just give their kids the worst. they just say whatever. It doesn't mean anything. Son, take out $60,000 in student loans. The son knows deep down inside, like, my dad doesn't care about me. He doesn't care if this cripples me in debt for life. He's just doing something to feel good about himself. So I think that a lot of it's like kids will forgive a lot in a parent if they know that they are genuinely loved, even if that love, like, we have such a bullshit understanding of love. Like, oh, you got to tell your kid you love them. You got to give them a hug and be very affectionate. Like, no, they got to know that you're actually, it's a different way of expressing it. They're thinking of like this very autistic, not autistic, but explicit expression, as opposed to, did you help your kid out by giving them good practical advice? You can love your kid more in 5 minutes by not bullshitting them than a dad will who spends all of his time around his kids but doesn't tell them the truth about life, who just makes them feel good about themselves.
Well, what you're describing is applying a feminine or a mother's role to demonstrating love for the child to the father. And I think that's a big part of the problem, because the way a dad really shows his son or tells his son or even his daughter that he loves him or her is by holding them to a standard, by giving them the kinds of, teaching them the kinds of behavior they need to be successful in life. And the problem that you describe is that there are too many fathers who don't take that authority and exercise it over their children and over their family. And it's usually because either they were trained not to, which is part of it, or their wives will not accept it and allow them to do it and will fight them on it, which is something that was a little bit true of my marriage when I was married, is that my ex would, if she thought I was being too hard on the kids, she would actively fight me on it. And that's where a lot of those problems come from. And, I think that, at least in the terms of my son, that didn't have too much impact outside of the teenage years, because I just won't back down from anything. So, it made it bumpy, but, but in the end, you don't see fathers exercising that kind of authority over their children anymore. And to me, a father who exercises his authority over his children, unless he's just beating the shit out of them with a brick, that's always a positive thing. It's always a good thing. But there are so few who will do that now that it's really a big problem.
Right. I think, a lot of people don't, they don't know this because they haven't experienced it, or they haven't seen it, or they don't understand it. You can have someone who on the surface is very affectionate to their kids, but it's all superficial, and they're not actually talking with their kids or interacting with their kids. They're interacting with themselves, but they see themselves in their kids. Like it's very important for people to understand, when a parent sees their kids as an extension of themselves, to a casual observer, they're being very loving and affectionate and compassionate. Psychologically, the kid knows deep down that there's a lack of compassion and warmth towards them. Like, they can sense it. Like, when their mom gives them a hug, or their dad says how proud they are of them, and they realize that they're actually saying that to themselves. Like, I'm so proud of how good of a father I am, or how, like, they see when their kid wins a track race and the dad thinks it's a great validation of himself as a dad, right? Or the daughter wins the homecoming queen award, and the mom sees it as a validation of herself, right? Yeah. It's really, unless you know what's going on and you're really watching, you're not going to notice that stuff, right? And even the kids, like, it confuses them, because their words, actions, tone, demeanor, body language is saying, for the most part, I love you, but subconsciously they're not talking to me. I don't feel like they know me, like the daughter or whatever. So I think I don't think that was necessarily a problem. Like, if you didn't love your kids back in the 30s, you could just say that. You would say, I don't love you. I just put up with you. They would just say it out loud. Nowadays, we got to be passive aggressive about it. It's like, I think a lot of kids would be better off their dad. It's just like, yeah, I don't love you. I'm just taking care of you because you're my kid. And as soon as you're done, get out of my house. Like,
you weren't planned. I never wanted you.
Well, I think that is actually healthier than parents who say, I love you with my words and act. Like, their words say that, but their actions actually contradict it, because that'll screw with that. That creates mental illness in a kid. That'll screw him up mentally. Whereas a kid whose dad kicks him out at age 16 and says, I don't love you. It's like, well, I'm not confused about how my dad feels about me, right? I know my dad hates my guts, right? So I figure things out. It's not like he's abusing him while saying I love you like that.
Yep. My son texted me a few months ago when he was on a business trip. I think I've said this before somewhere, and he texted me, and all he said was, I'm so glad you kicked my ass and didn't take too much of my shit when I was a kid, because dumbasses I see out here in the world are just, I don't remember how the finish was. That was the part that mattered to me, because I was always, kind of, my ex-wife would throw these barbs at me, like, you're so hard on them and you're so this. Right. And so and sometimes I was probably harder than I needed to be, but so the fuck what, who cares? And the boys, to the boys now, that's just funny. We just sit around and talk about it, and they laugh about, some of the shit that, I'd call them on, and then the stuff that I would make them do. And they were like, yeah, it pissed us off at the time. Of course it would piss us off at the time. But, as they've gotten older, they've been able to see that, that wasn't just because I was some, ugly, mean asshole. It was because there was a right thing at the time, and I made them conform to that, or I pushed them in that direction, or I wouldn't let them back down from it. And that was, I don't care if my kid ever tells me he loves me. When he tells me something like that, that's all I need.
We're so freaking I tried having these discussions with people, and they go, well, if they didn't actually say it, then they didn't say it. And I was like, you are a moron. Right? Have you ever read Hemingway, where they're having conversations and like there's euphemisms and they're having a dialogue about something, but they're not actually talking about it? Like, you're either retarded. Are we allowed to use that word? We're either retarded, or you're just pretending to not understand the complexity of human dynamics. Where, no, I don't care. Like, I'm saying this as a bachelor, so take it for what it's worth. I don't care if my kids ever say that they love me. I don't need them to say that explicitly, or I wouldn't have to have them say that. I would be looking at their actions. Are they excited to see me at age 30? Are they excited to tell me about stuff that's going on in their lives? Are they, all these different things that convey that fact that they love me, or, and that also has to do with parents. Like, they think, oh, well, if I want to love my kids, I need to tell them that I love them. No, you don't ever have to say that to your kids, right? Like, if you have, it's almost like Google having to say, don't be evil. If you have to say it, it's a bad sign, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, the thing that I wanted out of my kids, which at the moment I've got it, is that I look at them both, and they are both independent. They both work. They both, manage they both are doing what they want to do in a way that makes them, it's not about them necessarily being happy, but they're living the life that they want and chose to live. And they're doing it responsibly without being a burden to society or anybody else. That's what I cared about. And to me, seeing them do that is all I need. And, I've got one, my older son, who's adopted, actually, and he's a little bit of a different story, but he's still all right. He lives close by. My younger son, who's the one I actually made, lives, 1,000 miles away. So I don't actually see him very often, but he calls me a lot. And, when we get together, it's, both of the kids show me respect, and, but it's not like, we're sitting around, oh, I love you, Dad. Oh, I love you, son. Oh,
I see that a lot. And there was a big push, I think, with the boomers because their dads didn't do that. And they're like, oh, you didn't love me, and they got all touchy feely. Then Lamaze, you need to be in there when she gives birth, that kind of thing. It's like, you know what?
By the way, I've read that. It's highly overrated.
Fucking video recording it and shit.
Didn't do that.
We've moved from a society where actions speak for yourself to where you have to explicitly say something that if you're actually doing it, you don't have to say it. You don't. There's
It's
things in life.
model behavior. It's feminine.
Right. Well, I think it's I'm not to be conspiratorial here, but I mean it's where I would say, don't tell me something, show me it by how you're behaving, right? If you need to tell me how you feel about something, maybe if I haven't been picking up on it, if usually in a lot of cases, if you have to tell me something that should be obvious, then there's something wrong with one of us. Like one of us isn't picking up on something, right? Like if I have to tell my buddy I appreciate him, that's like having to point out something that should be obvious that isn't because there's something wrong. Like
it's all behavior.
Like,
Nick, when does your show officially start?
Say what?
When does your show officially start? Now?
No, it's 11. It starts at 11 Eastern.
Oh, okay.
So we got 2 hours.
Cool.
I may be out. I may be passed out by then.
We could put it on break and then come back. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I need to go get some of that fine Kentucky bourbon whiskey.
There you go.
Did you guys ever see that movie Lawless with Tom Hardy?
But no.
The story's a little weak, but I just love the setting. It's this, these bootlegging brothers who just don't take crap from the local police. We're trying to shake them down. Pretty violent, but I just love I love the period and the way that they, they're having this meeting of all the bootleggers, and they're talking about how they're gonna, pay off the local government to keep them away. And Tom Hardy just says, we're Bondurants and we don't lay down for nobody. He just says, we are going to continue operating free and clear. And, I ain't laying down to them or any other bloodsucker. He just says it like, I was like, that is the way, that is how every man should think,
Yep.
I never have, I never will.
It's funny you say that because there's there was a famous bootlegger who operated a lot of stills that lived not far from me. And now they've, back in the day, he was something of an outlaw and all of that, served some time in jail. But now, of course, they're building this new distillery up the road from me, and they're naming it after him. They have this.
Oh, that's cool.
They're distilling this bourbon in Kentucky or somewhere right now. But their plan is to move the plant here, which is just up the road from where his original stills were. And so now, it's all named after him. So, they're celebrating how much of an outlaw he was back then, and then using it in their marketing, which is obviously, that's a good move. But, the people who are growing weed right now, okay, those are bad guys. But maybe in 20 years, they're going to be folk heroes too. I mean,
it'll switch up for them too.
I've got I mentioned to Vince that I'm working on this novel that I hope to have published this summer. And there's a little bit of it in there that's not really that guy, but kind of a composite of all these stories about bootleggers that I've heard about around here. That kind of comes into that story because, down here, there's always been a fascination and a celebration of people who were, the kind of outlaws that aren't really hurting anybody, you're just brewing something to drink, and
well, I think NASCAR was the result of Southern bootleggers who were coming up with the fastest cars on the road because they had to have them. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one thing I kind of envy about. I probably would never live in the South for the most part, just because of the weather and all that. But one of the things I've always envied is they have so much of a very deep culture that Pacific Northwest really doesn't have it because we're so young. We have stuff, but it tends to be kind of surface level type stuff like Sasquatch or IPAs or something like that. Like, I mean, we're big on outdoors, but we don't have a lot of ghost stories or famous figures or anything like that. So that's one of the things that I kind of tend to like. Vince, he's able to go walk around all these Revolutionary War or Civil War places and the ghost of New Jersey. I have to get that song, by the way.
I'll send it to you again. Yeah, it's about the devil.
Yeah, so I'm always reading about like American history, and it's always in the South or on the East Coast. It's like, freaking, when are we gonna have something interesting happen on the West Coast? Probably never.
Where most of the history happened, right? I mean,
Right.
I used to go up to New England a lot in my previous job, and I would go to places like Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and all these other old towns up on the seacoast. And you walk through, and there's houses there that have been standing since 1600, 1700, and you just walk down those streets, and it's house after house, and it envelops you because everywhere you look, you're in this like canyon of houses that were here hundreds of years ago, and you think about everything that happened. I mean, there's a John Paul Jones house is there somewhere, and you just walk by there and you look at that, it's like, oh, that's John Paul Jones's house. Then you think, holy crap, that's John Paul Jones's house, and it's really kind of an amazing thing. It's people who don't get a little bit tuned into that kind of history, I think, are missing out on something. And
hang on.
I think that's always been the struggle for me. I tend to be more, and I use this word in a very specific sense, like spiritual person. And so for me to be around historical stuff is a big deal. So when I was in London and in other parts of Ireland and whatever, but also on the East Coast, and I got to see all these cool historical places where important events in history, like Gettysburg or Manassas or Antietam, or I got to see one of the copies of the Magna Carta with the King's seal still on it. I mean, that stuff means a lot to me because I know history really well. And then I got to go to the Temple Church, which was the Knights Templar headquarters in London, and see a lot of stuff. And all this other things, like I just don't understand how people think that the kind of architecture and the beauty of all that, that's not a loss when we're building these boxes in my area, in my neck of the woods in the Pacific Northwest. They're building just boxes and calling those apartments and houses, and it's really ugly. Like the traditional colonial style houses or those southern type houses, like that's the kind of stuff I want, but it's just not here. So
the detail is insane. Yeah, I mean, and that's part of the reason why they don't do it that way anymore. I mean, part of it is ideology, and it's most of the architects that have been designing stuff came out of the 60s, right? So there's a lot of that in there and a lot of postmodernism in there, and then also with the just the ability and the desire to build things bigger and faster because the population is just so much bigger, and you need places to put people. I think that impacts, not the only thing, but I think that's one of the things that impacts the architectural choices, because unless you've got a lot of money and you just want to specifically have something designed that has some sort of classical element to it, nobody cares anymore about that. It's
right.
They care about the interior, they care about marble countertops and whatnot, but not about the overall structure.
Yeah, there's a lot of I would say that I would use the word utilitarian to describe most architecture now. It's
very antiseptic.
Yeah, it's very because they don't.
I found that song for you.
Okay, excellent.
I'll play it real fast. Hang on.
Go ahead. Yeah, definitely.
A little bit of an interlude here. Hang on. Shaw screen.
Intermission.
For a little bit of intermission. God damn it. Okay.
It's been said and it's been understood that a devil roams these southern Jersey woods. In the dark and out of sight, eerie sounds that haunt the night. You could hear them if you only would. If you say it's just a tale they weave, and if you think it all a bit naive, spend a lonely night in a cedar swamp till you hear the devil's hooves a stomp, and then I'm sure you would believe. Deep in devil's woods, deep in devil's woods. The old age home stands long fallen to the ground in the forest where now bricks are scattered round. You can search for the place where the beast was born, but all attempts will prove forlorn. It's only in your mind it will be found. Devil's woods, deep devil's woods. So if you think this all is but a tale, dare you take this dark untrodden trail. It won't be traced till mother leads. It's to your soul that this path leads. Follow close that cloven tail through devil's woods. Devil's woods, the devil's woods, the devil's woods.
That's right.
So that's supposed to be about the New Jersey Devil and the Pine Barrens or something?
Correct. Yeah, which is about 40 minutes from me.
Yeah, you have to. I think I drove when I drove from Newark Airport down to Atlantic City. I think I drove through the Pine Barrens.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, and it runs along Route 9, and if you're taking the turnpike down, yeah, you're going right through the be like the outer coastal plain there.
I ended up getting Google steered me wrong at the last minute. So instead of sending me down the Garden State Parkway,
Mm-hmm.
it sent me further inland through like the country and near Fort Dix and stuff like that. But it was
Okay.
cool.
Oh
I
yeah,
liked it.
yeah. It's a good area.
So are there still sightings of the Jersey Devil these days?
Have I?
No, just people in New Jersey. Are they still reporting that, or is that kind of?
To be honest with you, I have not done a search for any of those. I mean, you could probably set up a Google search for that Jersey Devil report sites or whatever, but I have not. No, I could not answer that to any accuracy. Kind of cool to go back and research. So I'd like to write I do want to write an essay. Maybe I'll do that for Punch Riot. Write a Jersey Devil essay.
That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be great. Now, is the Jersey Devil supposed to be like the Chupacabra or something like that? Is that basically it, or is it?
Yes and no. I mean, it has that same kind of like scariness surrounding it, but it's supposed to have the body of a horse, bat wings. You know, it's kind of a weird looking creature. And there's been various iterations of what it looks like over the years. So,
you know, the crypto weirdo.
Yeah,
that I like the best is that Mothman thing. I love that Mothman thing.
Oh yeah.
That's Ohio and West Virginia, though, right?
I think so. Hang on. Hey, go to the Jersey Devil stuff here.
We're
all over the map tonight. Yeah.
Bigfoot.
There we are.
Nothing wrong with that, though. Let's go. Ancient origins. What the fuck? No, that's a stupid looking. So here's a good photo. Not photo, but illustration. So many sites are fucked up. All right, let's just go to images. All right, so let me share this out. I'm going to share this out, see? All right, so you've got the one on the top left is very old and probably one of the earlier ones. But then you get all different kinds of iterations. There's been a few movies done. So that's essentially the Jersey Devil.
You'd think these days, with as many people who hunt with trail cams and stuff now, that somebody would get a shot of something.
I know, right?
Bigfoot,
a Jersey Devil, a swamp monster, or some shit.
Something. A skunk ape. Where's the skunk ape? Is that out west?
That's the same as the Sasquatch, and supposedly in North Jersey he's been sighted, and they've given him the Rangers have given him a name, and they call him Old Red Eye.
Okay. You know, when
Bigfoot
back in the days when I used to hunt a lot more, I'd be getting into the woods around 5 o'clock in the morning, which was I think about an hour before sunup, so I could get set up in my tree stand and whatnot, and let everything settle down. And there were times where around here there's something that everybody calls a catawumpus. I'm still not sure what it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be like some kind
I've heard that name before. Yeah, the catawumpus. Yeah, that and the verkalac.
And I was climbing up into my tree stand one morning, and I just heard this. I've never heard a blood-curdling howl before that day, and I haven't heard one since. But it was just the eeriest. I think it was probably just a bobcat or something, but it just sounded so weird, and I have no idea what it actually was. And so I climbed up in my tree stand, and I was kind of sitting there,
I'm
and it
gonna
was
stay here for a while.
on my phone on my lap, and I've got this flashlight. You know, you're supposed to kind of keep things, you know, quiet and dark, you know, so you don't spook any deer that are moving through. But I'm sitting there, and every now and then I would just hear that. About 3 or 4 times I heard that howl, and I would, you know, click on my flashlight and look around because I just wanted to see what the hell it was, and I never did. But that's what everybody around here calls a cattle wampus, I think.
Yeah, okay. No, were you near any bodies of water? Because I hear, what was it, the heron or an egrets make the like really weird, horrible sounds.
Yeah, but I've heard herons before, and there weren't. I mean, I was in a creek bottom, but there wasn't really a lot of water there. It wasn't really heron territory. I've been out fishing. I've seen herons. One time I was out fishing in my canoe, and this was years ago, and this heron comes flying across the lake, and so I'm just watching the heron, and then he dips down. I'd never seen one do this before, and he grabs this water moccasin or some kind of snake right out of the surface of the water, and then keeps on flying.
Nice.
And I'd never seen a heron do that before. Hawks and stuff, I think, will do that, but I'd never seen a heron do it. And I thought, wow, that was pretty badass.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
it was a good story. Fuck you, water moccasin. You just got screwed over. I like watching them fish, where they when they're in shallow water and they just stalk, and their one leg comes up and then goes down, and then all of a sudden their beak like a sword just flashes down into the water and comes up with, you know, an impaled frog or fish or something.
Yeah, I do a lot of surf fishing down on the Gulf here on the Alabama coast, and I really hate those fuckers. I always say I'm going to bring a pellet gun and just start shooting at them, except that's a big no-no because they're a protected species. But every time I catch fish, and sometimes I'm down there fishing with 2 or 3 people, and every time somebody pulls the fish up on the sand, the herons will stand behind us and watch. And then as soon as we get the fish out of the water, they'll run over there and they'll try to grab the fish away from you right off your damn hook. And so we're down there fishing, and you pull a fish up on the sand, and then you're racing this damn heron down to the water line. So you got to block him out so he can't get in there with that big long fucking beak and steal your fish.
Seriously,
it's crazy.
Stabbing you.
Well, too many people fed them for a long time. They would catch fish and then they'd throw it to them, and so they got trained to say, hey, yeah, this is where, this is an easy meal, rather than having to go actually hunt it like you were talking about, waiting and pecking at them. So they're a whole crowd of herons that will just kind of stand down there and shadow you while you're fishing.
They're basically millennial herons, is what you're saying.
Basically.
Yeah, fantastic. Even the birds were fucking the birds over.
Too lazy to even get a job at Starbucks.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Tons of bitches. You got birds like that out near you, TJ? Thieving birds?
No, I just have 1,000 cats in my neighborhood.
I saw you posting some photos. Is that something new?
No, that's been going on for years. I've just never really made comment about it, but I see them like they're carrying off mice constantly, and I'm like, good job. we who don't have to kill them salute you. So this is why the people in my neighborhood have a very lax attitude towards their animals. They allow them to roam around freely, and I'm not a huge fan of that in a lot of ways because they come onto my property. But the cats will come onto my property. It's like they're patrolling, right? It's like the rat patrol, right? They're patrolling the area to get rid of the mice and the rats. So I don't have a mouse problem. Mises.
No mises.
I don't have a problem with mice on my property. So whenever I see one of them, like they were over by the garden area devouring one of the mice, I was like, yeah, you did something for me that I don't have to do. And then
just wait till one of them brings you a mouse as a gift and leaves it on your doorstep.
They avoid me, actually. Whenever I try to like get near any of the cats, they freak out and run away. So a lot of them are kind of
stray cats will do that. They will not.
yeah, they're feral, and it's they're kind of like they're like the migrant cats. They're doing the work that ordinary cats won't do. So I don't complain. I'm not like trying to get rid of the cats. It's like and they're obviously well fed, right? They're not stealing or anything, but so yeah, it's just funny how
damn entitled spoiled American cats just won't do the job.
Yeah, they don't even want to hunt. They just want catnip for doing nothing. Kind of like Mowgli is an American cat.
He hurt himself last night.
Napping, kind of like Aaron.
Yeah, pretty much. I should start calling him Clary. No, he jumped off the couch, and I guess he landed wrong, and he kind of fucked up his right ball, so he's been limping. I just walk it off, Mowgli, walk it off. He's just been limping around.
Kind of like Aaron.
Yeah, he'll live.
Yeah, drank a bunch of rum and then fell. It happens.
It's funny, Sass. It's funny you say that because I live essentially on a golf course, and I see some stray cats come in, and they use the sand traps as one giant fucking litter box. It's pretty funny. You to get a surprise when you get your ball caught in the sand trap there, Mr. Golfer.
Right.
Cat turd.
Yeah, so that's the kind of the nice thing about having actual mousers in my neighborhood.
Yeah,
like that's what they do. They are out on the prowl. They are out to kill.
There you go. Pussy galore.
Yeah. Speaking of which, she passed away.
She did. It was very sad to learn that. Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be. What's gonna be sad is when Sean Connery finally kicks the bucket.
Yeah, it is. That's going to be the end of a major icon.
Yeah, I feel like we're all gonna have to go. Pull a Sean Connery like from Goldfinger, and just find a cute girl.
I just saw that. They're running
Slap her on the ass. It's business as usual for Nick and I.
Yeah, you should just say, Dink, meet Felix. Felix, meet Dink. Dink, say goodbye to Felix. Really? Men talk.
That's right. Or that scene in the barn where Lauren starts fighting with him and they start wrestling, and then she drops him one time and gets all cute, and then he just picks her up and he just throws her over into a big pile.
Yep.
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah. Aww. Start talking like that.
Oh.
Cool. Yeah, I watched From Russia with Love the other day.
From Russia with love, I fly to you.
Don't do that.
Yes.
I wonder where we went to.
Okay. From Russia with Love had a really cute girl, that one Italian chick.
Oh yeah,
Tatiana Romanova.
Yep. And then the two in the you're talking about the two from the gypsy camp.
No, I'm talking about the girl, the Russian girl, the one that he's like.
Oh, okay. I'm also referring when they had the two chicks had to fight. They were
fighting too.
The gratuitous female fight in the gypsy camp.
What's kind of sad is like that there was the 007 theme they played during the gypsy gunfight, right? And they also had it in Thunderball. They last used it in Moonraker, and they have never used it ever since. And and it's like with the Bond theme, they haven't used it, I don't believe, in any of Daniel Craig's films. They only use it maybe at the end, but they don't actually use it during the actual film. So this is my kind of take on Daniel Craig's films. I don't feel like they ever actually got back to Bond, like actual Bond movies, I always felt like it was this malaise, or they were stuck in some area where they just couldn't break out. Like there was never a scene where he's in a car chase and he's setting off all these bombs or gadgets. He's got a cute girl in the passenger seat and it's playing the Bond theme as they're being chased by bad guys, right? There was none of that at any point in any of the in any of Daniel Craig's films.
The Daniel Craig films, they were trying to be more realistic and authentic, and they were more like a Jason Bourne film, really.
Yeah, I thought it was stupid.
You know?
That's true. That's a good way to put
They
it.
lost that kind of stylized kind of. But you know, if you read I've read a few of the Bond books, and they're a little bit more.
They're dark.
They don't come across as kind of like flashy and campy and stylized like a lot of those earlier Bond movies did. But
why did they do that? They kind, and Nick is right. They ramped up the camp in the films. Why is that?
Well, not in the early ones. That was probably. I mean, part of it was you got the Batman series that came out in the 60s, but the first Bond films. Well, Guy Hamilton and Goldfinger. Like Goldfinger really made it kind of cartoonish. It wasn't really serious. I know that Aaron had an aneurysm when I pointed this out, but Goldfinger's a great film, but it's not the best Bond film because a lot of it is just really cheesy. Like having all the little Asian minions dressed up in like dorky outfits, raiding Fort Knox. Like it's so kind of like laughable now.
Watching a Godzilla movie.
It's like watching a Godzilla film. Whereas I think Thunderball was a little bit more realistic. Or not realistic, but it was just more believable, you know? Where you had a bunch of scuba divers going beneath Miami to set off a nuclear bomb. Okay, I get that.
Yeah. What's the if someone's I doubt anyone here, but someone who wants to start watching the Bond films again, what do you suggest they start with?
Depends on how much they know. I mean, For Your Eyes Only is one of the best Bond films, I think. Roger Moore's a little old, but the story is just so well done. The Bond chick is cute. There's a lot of great action scenes. Another one I'd say, For Russia with Love is good. Another one that I would say is, I mean, there's a lot of ones that I enjoyed, but I wouldn't necessarily say they were like Live and Let Die was kind of fun to watch. Live and Let Die was fun. I wasn't a huge fan of The Spy Who Loved Me. Didn't like that. I mean, if you're looking for a classic Bond film, Thunderball's pretty good.
Thunderball, okay.
You can't go wrong with Thunderball. That was a good film. Sheesh. I'm in the unpopular camp when it comes to Timothy Dalton. I think he was underrated, but
yeah, I do. Actually, I do too. I thought he was a pretty damn good Bond. I thought the writing and the production value kind of sucked in a lot of his movies, but his performance was really pretty good.
Yeah, what do you think of what Alex says?
I'll say what?
I put up Alex's comment. What do you think?
Oh yeah. I think Timothy Dalton is the Bond that if I was a villain, I'd be scared out of my mind about him tracking me down and killing me, because Timothy Dalton had that kind of like ruthless, cold-hearted bastard look that Bond actually had in the books. Everybody else didn't quite. They were too charming. Like Bond, if you read the Bond novels, he had a really kind of a cruel streak in him that was just part of his personality. And I think Timothy Dalton conveyed that because he actually studied the books and was trying to make his character as close to Bond from the books as possible. Roger Moore his comment was years later after he'd done Bond, he goes, I assumed that this guy would walk into the bar into any bar in the world and everyone would know who he was. So he never tried to play him as a secret agent. He played him as more of like a playboy who used his wits rather than his fists to get out of trouble.
My favorite thing about the Roger Moore movies, and it's because I started watching them when I was a teenager or probably 12 or something. The thing I cared about the most were the gadgets that they would give him, and then how he would end up banging the chick at the very end when they'd find him in the escape pod or wherever it was. That was my whole reason for watching the Moore ones when I was a kid.
What is Bond doing? I think he's attempting re-entry, sir.
for now you look back on that, you see how cheesy it is. But when you're 13 years old in the 70s,
It's still pretty fun. Like,
wow.
I
That's what-
yeah. Another Bond movie that was kind of it isn't really popular or well known, and it's a weird title, but Octopussy was actually a pretty good Bond film, I thought.
Yeah.
And it wasn't nearly as bad as people thought. There were some flaws in it, but and one of my personal ones that I enjoy is GoldenEye. But looking back and removing my own sentiment aside, I can see why people would have problems with that film. One, Bond's driving a BMW, which Ian Fleming would have had a heart attack. M is a woman instead of this man,
Yeah.
and the movie tends to get a little slow. It doesn't really pick up until about halfway, so I can see why people wouldn't like it. But we've all got.
Well, I'm in a serious minority because I actually liked the one that George Lazenby did, and most people I talked to hated it. But I thought for the time and for the I guess the technology that they had then, I thought it was actually pretty good. And I thought he was pretty good. But most people,
yeah, I thought that On Her Majesty's Secret Service was not a bad film. I don't think that think George Lazenby was as bad. He just didn't have that extra that extra whatever it took to be Sean. I mean, first of all, he's coming after Sean Connery,
right?
And he spent a chunk of the movie dubbed. Somebody was doing a voiceover because he was pretending to be this very aristocratic, high English type guy. But I thought it was it was a decent film. I didn't.
Actually,
he was Australian, yeah. Yeah, it was one of those films that really showed sort of the strain that Bond had with his own boss, his own employer, where that's what I enjoyed about Timothy Dalton's film, The Living Daylights, because it's based off, the beginning scene is based off of an actual story, The Living Daylights, where there's that scene in the car where he didn't take the shot, right? Or he didn't kill the person. And he goes to his partner and says, go ahead and tell your boss if they fire me, I'll thank him for it. He actually says that in Ian Fleming's short story. So it shows how he kind of has this love-hate relationship with his job where he's not entirely satisfied with it. And I always felt like that was an important part of Bond, where, as somebody pointed out, he's one session away from having a mental breakdown. Because you can't, yeah. So
I mean, in the books, he's more cynical, and he's almost presented as more of a, almost like he's a sociopath, but he's our sociopath kind of thing.
Did you ever read Casino Royale?
Yeah.
Remember that scene where he's talking with the one guy, and he says, "I pity the devil because he doesn't have a book." He doesn't. He goes, God has a book of what he's about, but the devil doesn't have his own, right?
Yeah.
And I always thought that kind of described the darkness of Bond, in a way that didn't really always get reflected on in movies. Like you said, his cynicism is pretty bad.
Well, I think Fleming was, and I'm no Fleming expert. I've read a few of the Bond novels because they're fun to read, and I just like them.
Right.
But I also know some of Fleming's background, and he understood. I mean, he had interaction with all these guys, even if he wasn't quite, the. I don't think he was a trigger puller or a shooter or anything, but he worked with spies and all that, and it was he kind of understood what the personality was like. But then when you I think it's like anything that gets translated into a movie, it's got to be entertaining, and it's got to be fun, and it's got to have all this other stuff in it. They're not making an art film to show you how dark and bleak the life of of a agent is, right?
Well, what's funny is also Ian Fleming initially did not like Sean Connery. He felt like Connery was too rough. He was unsophisticated. He was not. He didn't represent Bond. Bond was a very particular character in the books. He had very specific clothes. He had very specific taste in fashion. His watches, his cigarette cases, all this stuff that we wouldn't really care about. He very specific stuff in the books. And so the director of the original film, Dr. No, Terrence Young, took Sean Connery and started teaching him how to act like a sophisticated Englishman, because he was a Scottish truck driver. He wasn't a lot of this stuff, and he was kind of rough around the edges. So he would made him sleep in the suits that they wanted him to wear. They wanted him to do all this other stuff, and so he finally came around, and he impressed Ian Fleming so much that in the novel On Her Majesty's Secret Service, he made it so that that Bond's family is part Scottish, like Scottish and Swedish. So the English spy is actually Scottish and Swedish, not English.
Oh, cool. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. So he include like that kind of shows the extent to which Sean Connery's performance, affected Ian Fleming, because he wrote that and I think 2 other books before he croaked in 1963, because he was smoking like 70 cigarettes a day.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What's your least favorite James Bond movie?
Probably Diamonds Are Forever. It's probably one of the worst. I've only seen A View to a Kill once, and I hated it. So that and Diamonds Are Forever and A View to a Kill are probably the worst Bond movies. They both were absolutely terrible.
Diamonds Are Forever is in Vegas, right? That's where they end up in Vegas.
Yeah, and Alec, that doesn't surprise me at all. That sounds like exactly what would happen in real life.
And then the View to a Kill is the one with Christopher Walken as the bad guy.
Oh, that's A View to a Kill.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, like Mayday is, yeah.
And then they're using blimps, for God's sake.
Well, that was when it was like, guys, Roger Moore is 56 years old.
Right.
Like, let it go, and Pierce Brosnan was actually originally going to be Bond after that, but then there was a contract problem. It's the same thing with Indiana Jones, where what's his name?
Harrison Ford.
No, Tom Selleck was going to be Indiana Jones, but
really?
then NBC said, "Oh no, he has a contract with us for Magnum PI, right?" Well, Pierce Brosnan was doing a show called Remington Steele, which was doing poor ratings, right? Well, when news broke out that he was going to be Bond, the ratings for Remington Steele went up off the charts, and so they renewed his contract. They weren't going to keep him, but they ended up doing it, and Brosnan couldn't get out of the contract. I think the way it was written. They were going to like cancel it or something like that, but it was, instead of canceling the contract, they just kept it going. So Timothy Dalton ended up taking over. And I think that was part of why Timothy Dalton got very jaded, is because he knew that he was second fiddle, or he was like second runner to Brosnan. But at the same time, I think that for Brosnan's own good, it was best that he was not there at that time, because it would not have, Dalton's films were appropriate for him, but Brosnan would not have done well. It would have killed his career as Bond. He wouldn't have made it to GoldenEye.
I really didn't like Brosnan as Bond. I just didn't buy that I didn't buy that he would fight. He just didn't seem like somebody who would fight. Whereas Dalton, you can see him getting into a fight anywhere. And
you could see him stabbing a guy in his sleep and just not being bothered by it. Pierce Brosnan had too much. My opinion, he was too I'm not saying he was emotional, but he just conveyed too much sensitivity as a guy who would, Timothy Dalton had that like dark glare. It's like, holy shit, this guy will kill you and everybody else in the room, and he'll walk out and just be like, all right, let's go get a martini.
Yeah, it seems like, and I can't remember the film, but I remember watching a Brosnan Bond movie, and there was some scene in there where there was some kind of pro-woman, feminist sensitivity thing. There was something like that crept in there.
Tomorrow Never Dies. He says never argue with a woman; they're always right. I'm like,
Bond would never say that.
But he would never fucking say that.
Yeah.
no, Ian Fleming. It's like I'm surprised he didn't rise from the grave, and
If there was any kind of earthquake or volcano eruption when that happened, that's why
yeah.
Fleming's rolling in his fucking grave over that shit.
Yeah,
Die Another Day is probably the next runner for crappy Bond films. For that, as much of a groaner of the quote "Tomorrow Never Dies," I actually think it was a good film. I enjoyed the film. I thought that it's just fascinating that they were talking about media Mongols back then manipulating news in a very kind of traditional way instead of because it didn't account for the internet a whole lot back then. It was 1998. So it's always, I'm always fascinated when they're trying to predict something and it turns out to be completely different than how it is, right? He's looking at it more from the internet's just another tool rather than the dominant medium at that point.
Mm.
I thought that was interesting. The World Is Not Enough wasn't a great film, but it wasn't a crappy film either. It had what's her name? That one twit. What was her name? Charlie Sheen's ex-wife or girlfriend or whoever it was.
Oh yeah.
Whatever. Not even important enough to be remembered.
Pretty much.
Amanda.
No, it was freaking. Did she even have a name?
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Atham, look this up. We are gonna look it up. Denise Richards, that's it. Denise Richards. Grown.
Yeah.
She's been rated like the worst Bond girl. Oh, that's right. She was in Starship Troopers. Didn't even realize that. She was crappy in that film too.
Yeah, but I still love Starship Troopers was generally a crappy film, but it's one of those that I love that movie. I
enjoy watching it as well, but it is a crappy film. Yeah, I agree.
Especially if you've read the book, it just kind of But I think Paul, it was Paul Verhoeven.
Yeah.
His name who directed that one. I think he was trying to subvert Heinlein's.
And that's exactly what he was trying to do. He saw the book as being a pro-fascist book.
Yeah.
And he decided to do a satire on it, which I kind of get it, but it was so campy and over the top in terms of violence and all this other stuff that I just thought, you're not being very subtle with what you're doing. And I thought it was kind of like avoiding the issues that Heinlein was addressing in his book. Like he's addressing important political and philosophical questions about society. To what extent does somebody owe obligation and duty in exchange for rights? They don't really address that at all. He just sees that as like tyranny in the movie. It's portrayed as like, you got to do all this stuff to become a citizen, to do anything, basically. It's like, well, yeah, you're looking at it from one angle, but what's the other angle? But they didn't do that, It
was more like a, it was.
Nick, you're muted.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See?
Somebody muted me. Yeah. It was more like propaganda the way Verhoeven did it than anything else. It was like if Ayn Rand had written a movie script. And I like Rand's philosophy and stuff to a point, but Atlas Shrugged it's great ideas, but it's a shitty novel just because she is not an artist. She's a philosopher, and
sometimes the two never mix.
No, there are a lot of those big philosophical novels out there, and I see people still trying to write them these days sometimes, and they're just, oh my God, they're brutal.
Well, not only that, sometimes the society at that time is just not ready for it.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Atlas Shrugged was just. I mean, it goes back to my thing. It was just too fucking long. You could have edited at least a half of that out, and it wouldn't have hurt the story at all.
Oh yeah.
Too many. There's too much like pedestrian focus on all these details that are irrelevant, and it's like she was getting paid by the pound or something.
That's possible. That is possible. Bacon wants to. Here's more to the point. This question is, what are we all drinking tonight?
Yeah.
Wow. This is right now. I'm finishing up the last of the Guinness in my Lord of the Rings mug, and it's got some
Woodford Reserve. I broke out the good stuff because I knew I'd be talking to Vince, and Vince is such a classy guy. I didn't want to,
Yeah.
I didn't want to bring down the elevation of the show.
The cred. I'll be switching over to a bourbon barrel aged red wine, though. That was an expensive bottle that I'm really, really enjoying. It's got really nice hints of vanilla and a few other things. So, yeah, Woodford for the win. Absolutely.
I'm drinking way too much of it, though, because I've still got to do. I got to do an hour of Let 'Em Burn with Bull and Rob in an hour.
Mm-hmm. I'll send in a link whenever you want me to. So.
Yeah, we can just get them all in here because I'm gonna if I drink the rest of this, I'm gonna be done. Been drinking since 5 o'clock here, so
nothing wrong with that. Now, TJ, what are you rocking over there?
I'm drinking a local wine. It's Chateau Saint Michel Cabernet Sauvignon.
Nice. Say that again.
Sure. No, it's a good wine. It's a good wine.
No, did you say that was local?
It is local. It's from just on the same area that I grew up in. Not literally, but
Yeah. The general.
Yeah, it's one of the first major wineries to open up in Washington State.
Now, the wineries and well, not so much the breweries, but the wineries here, I've noticed they're still open and they're doing curbside service. Is that the same where you guys are?
Yep, they all do shipping.
Okay. How about it? Can you show up the winery and just have them bring your order over too?
No, you just do shipping. Like you go to their website and you can just order, and I think the shipping's free actually. So they still want they want you to drink them wine.
Yeah. Like I said, the wineries here have curbside service, so that's kind of cool.
You got the wine. You got the D&D.
Better D&Ds. I got.
Well, I didn't know I had Woodford miniatures on flights. That's pretty cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We need to get that video.
Well, I might have that actually. Let me think. Do I have that on this laptop? I could.
You know, it's crazy. Just Alex's comment was making me think that back a couple of years ago, about 8-9 years ago, you could not go into a grocery store in Washington State and buy liquor. You had to go to a state-run liquor store. Private businesses were not allowed to sell liquor here. That was a carryover from Prohibition. But when they finally privatized it,
they call the blue laws.
When they finally privatized it, guess what they did? They increased the state's taxes on it.
Right.
So there's a 40% tax total on the sale of liquor.
I remember you telling me that. That's
it's insane. So
bottle. I mean,
you buy a bottle of let's say you buy a cheap bottle of whiskey for $12. It's going to be an $18 bottle because it's going to be $6 with the tax, right?
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, it's freaking ridiculous.
Fuck that.
People go to California, they load up. They just load up their car with liquor. Do a liquor run.
I guess if you buy in bulk, you get a little bit of a discount.
No, they just if someone happens to be in California, or you buy it and then you put it on your luggage bag, you take it back with you. You don't carry it on with you, but you wrap it carefully and you buy enough of them.
Yeah.
There were counties in Alabama where just until recently you couldn't buy any kind of alcohol on Sunday, and there are still some counties, and I think mine's one of them, where you can only buy it after noon on Sunday. I guess I think if you go, you can buy it at 10 in the morning, you're not going to go to church or something. I don't know. But
Hey, you get wise, you go to church.
That's right.
No, yeah, it's kind of the same thing with I think Jack Daniels is distilled in a dry county.
in Tennessee, it is. At least it was the last time I
That
heard.
is crazy. Like, you know what the thing is though? It's almost like to the point where that's almost a novelty. Like it's kind of cool to be in a dry county. Not that I would want to live in one, but it just there's something that's kind of like that's like an ad type thing where he's like, oh, did you know we're distilled in a dry county?
Yeah.
Where
I think if you do the tour, you can still drink it on the tour, though. You can drink samples on the tour. They just can't sell you any.
you know, it's almost like I was saying, it's when it's in a small area, it's a novelty, right? When you do it in mass, then people get pissed off.
Yeah.
Man.
When I grew up, there were a lot of counties in Alabama that were dry when I grew up, and then gradually over the years, they all changed that. But in our state stores, it's actually cheaper than in any other liquor store in town. But
That's interesting.
the state stores are just not open. The state stores close around 6 or 7, and so everybody. But then there are other stores that stay up until I think 9 or 10 or later. So when people are out at 10 o'clock at night and they need some booze, they have to go to where it's most expensive, and people tend to try to stock up a lot more earlier.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I heard Drew was talking about this and a few other people that buying free weights is next to impossible because of the demand now, and everyone's selling them for like 3-4 times what they're actually worth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because they want to work at home?
Yeah, they wanted to, and people were taking advantage of it.
Huh.
So insane.
Well, yeah. I don't get the whole wait till the last minute and then prepare for something.
Well, some of the people commenting on like, you don't have weights at your house. It's weird to me.
Okay.
Well, I don't have weights in my house, but I'm used. I've got a resistance band, and I have all these different exercises that I've been doing that are not
Exactly. Yeah. Same. I've got
my pull up bar, and I got all this other stuff. But I think the thing is, a lot of people buy that stuff for emotional comfort. Like I got a buddy of mine, he's got the free weights and he never uses them. I was like, can I take them off your hands? He's like, no, I'm going to get around to it. It's like, yeah, you've had them for 5 years and you've never used them. So
there's some people too that just don't have the room either.
Every freaking day now, I don't know.
Well, I've got a set of dumbbells at home, and I use those, especially now since I can't go to my gym. But is somebody going to really? I mean, who's gonna really buy a quality? I mean, you got to get a bench, you got to get a good bar, you got to get all that kind of stuff just because you're going to be, quarantined for 2 months or whatever. That seems more emotional to me.
Yeah. Red, what are you doing? Are you baling fucking hay? You got or are you hanging from the rafters and doing pull-ups? Which is cool. I mean, that's going to give you a good workout. Yeah, I've got the chin-up bar, wide grip and close grip, and then I've got my my ab bench and my push-up things. So it's not a huge deal.
I want to hear more about this idea of yours for writing some kind of essay about cryptozoological creatures for Punch Riot. I like that idea.
I think maybe the other idea I had, I will have that article for you by Monday that we talked about. So That'll be a good start. And then yeah, I think maybe once a month you do like a cryptozoological. If you do it every week, you're gonna run out, I think, and it's gonna get But I think once a month doing like some sort of like mythological cryptozoological creature would be kind of cool.
Be cool if you could figure out how to like make it a column that's like Vince LaRosa, cryptozoological hunter.
I can totally do that. I'll run with that.
Or maybe about some guy that's got a fetish for having sex with cryptozoological creatures.
Oh shit! When I'm drinking, fuck you ass. You asshole.
Nick,
That's right. Nick is asshole. Oh fuck me. That'll be kind of cool. Or like an advice column from Bigfoot or some shit.
red pill advice from Bigfoot. Red pill
advice, Jersey Devil or Bigfoot.
I think you need to flesh that out. That sounds pretty wild and wacky.
I'm gonna work on that one. I'll have something whipped up for you in a week or so.
Well, I want to be edgy. I want to be as edgy and weird as possible without just being ridiculous.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
You know me. All right, we have a question here. Now, where am I, Larry? I can hang a pull-up bar. Oh, you're making the statement?
Got the Ronin. Yeah, Mothman. I think Mothman is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that movie with Richard Gere about Mothman?
No, did you like it?
Yeah, I mean it's like a really good B movie that you might have seen at the theater when you were a kid. It was like, it wasn't a great movie or anything, but it was just they did a pretty decent job with the creepiness factor.
Oh, okay.
Most of the chicks I've watched it with have kind of gotten freaked out a little bit, but
your lap. Yeah, no, that's cool. A lot of those like the Jersey Devil, there was one done recently, well, recent-ish, like I want to say 2000, 2001, maybe 2002. It's called The 13th Child, and that's got oh fuck, let me bring it up. It's got a couple of well-known actors in it. But I mean, it's nice because it was filmed in New Jersey, and a lot of locations I've been and visited.
Right.
That's kind of cool. But I mean, seeing the movie theater wasn't that great. Yeah, it got like 1.5 stars. Yeah, it had Cliff Robertson. He played Benson, and who else was in it? Oh,
those movies are kind of like conspiracy theories. It's like
not Cliff Robertson has been. No, that's what's his face. The Benson dude was in it, but yeah, Cliff Robertson played Spider-Man. Spider-Man's
uncle.
Yeah. What the hell is his name? Robert Guillaume. That's it.
Oh yeah, Benson. Yeah, that Benson. Yeah,
he was in it. It was from 2002. I mean, it's not bad. It's a complete B movie.
I when I was in maybe middle school or my freshman year of high school, I would skip lunch and I'd go sit in the library and read those books on Bigfoot and UFOs and all that kind of shit.
That's great stuff.
I got a Bermuda Triangle. I was the resident expert on all that crap, and
nice.
It's always interested me though that like cryptozoology and conspiracy theories and all this stuff that's kind of coming out of left field. Almost everybody loves that shit for some reason.
Mm-hmm. There's something about the unknown, whether we believe it or not, that has a huge draw for us. I think it really speaks to that primitive part of us back, our caveman ancestor days, where the storytelling was around the fire, and like I said in that article I wrote, why you need a fireplace. That's how we told stories. That's how we
Exactly.
our heritage, all by the verbal component, and that's very attractive.
Well, one of our main problems epistemologically is that we don't know what we don't know, and we're never going to know what we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That can be, I think that is such a reality, even though we don't think about it very often, or most of us don't.
Yeah.
I think those kinds of stories and all of that, legends, that's where folklore and a lot of that stuff comes from. In order to explain that stuff that really is unexplainable, it's almost like a different kind of mythology, except it's crazier.
Right, exactly. But as Red Crusader said, it's fun. All right, now there's several things I want to address really fast, and one of them I'm very shocked at. But let's get to Bacon's first, because he's derailing the cryptozoology question. He's going into something a little more pedestrian, as it were. Question: what's everyone's preferred melee weapon? Nick?
Probably just a hatchet, maybe.
All right.
Big hatchet.
Nice.
Warhammer, something.
Yeah. TJ, you?
Long sword.
Nice. I mean, yeah, I like a rapier, long sword. Big hammer might be kind of cool. And I'm thinking like D&D now when I think of melee weapon. So now we have Alec over here with this one. The man is how old, and he hasn't fucked in front of a fireplace.
Wow.
You need to get on that ASAP, Alec. We're going to give you a time limit. You have till the end of the year to do so. So, and large combat knife. Okay. 28. All right, 28. You haven't fucked in front of a fireplace? All right, get on that.
As long as he's done it by what, 40?
Yeah, well, yeah. But you've got
fireplace have a fire in it.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, you could do campfire too. That is totally completely acceptable if you don't have an abode that has a fireplace. And you cannot fuck in front of a gas fireplace. Don't even step in with that shit because a gas fireplace is not a fireplace.
Exactly.
And I've had one. I've had a real one. I have a real one now.
That's like drinking Mad Dog 20 and calling it fine liquor,
Well, yeah.
Man.
Ain't
real, see? Ain't real warmth, see?
Oh, accept the challenge. There you go. That's it. Well, it's not really. Well, yeah, it's a challenge on time because it's not a challenge against us because we've already done that.
Well, if you've got a fireplace in your house, you're going to have a date this year, then it ought to. Yeah,
that just kind of all falls into place. So there you go. That's another challenge for you is to find an abode, a domicile, your fortress of solitude. You cannot watch Masculine Geek and not have your own fortress of solitude. And if you do, make sure it has a fireplace.
Is it legit if the fireplace does not have a fire in it, or does there have to be a fire going? Because
you have to have a fire going and fucking your woman or women in front of it. Absolutely. Well, we don't need pictures, although we'll take them, but we need just confirmation. And this is on the honor system, I know, and we trust you guys. Some of you, anyway.
If you want bonus points, here's what I did a couple of years ago on New Year's Eve. We had this chick over that we had just started dating, and so had the fireplace going, of course, in here in the den right over there, and put a blanket down. Laid her down on the blanket, and we were drinking champagne. So I took my glass of champagne and I just slung it all over her.
That's right, baby.
She would never forget she would never forget that night. And she was very shocked when I did that. She looked up at me like, I was doing something violent.
Yeah, right. I like it. That's the way to do it.
But
it's like leaving a signature, really.
Right. To this day, she's like, nobody's ever done that before. I was like,
yeah, hey. It's like it's a more tame version of never mind. Yeah. We won't. And you gotta start out doing that in the shower anyway. So you get introduce them to that.
Aren't you supposed to be charging for that kind of stuff?
That's on our BDSM Patreon. If you want to hear about that shit, I can tell you stories and show video on that. That'll just fucking there you go. Reminiscing. Just walk down Amnesia Lane. Speaking of which, get your ass over to our Patreon. I don't normally shill for our own show, but it's good stuff. We have the BDSM tier. We have a couple generic tiers. We do our cartoon hour there, and TJ and I also have something. This was his brainchild. TJ, you want to discuss that real fast? What we do with that? Religion, spirituality, and history?
Yeah, what we've been discussing recently.
Well, just what it's about, and what we've been discussing recently.
Yeah. We just talk about some stuff like mainly we've just been focusing on kind of. I'm trying to think of like the idea of like ghosts on battlefields, and like why is some music more aesthetically seemingly reverent, or the role of chivalry in ancient society or medieval society. So that kind of stuff that you're probably not going to hear on the Masculine Geek podcast normally. And you're probably not going to you might hear about it on other podcasts or in other discussions, but they're not going to be from a masculine red pill perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Providing a alternative viewpoint on that. And just stuff that men tend to not really like to talk about. And I get why. So it's I don't want to call it a safe space, but it is a place for men to hear about that stuff where it's not being told from a emasculating narrative where we got to give up something as men in order to receive it.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not trying to LARP either. We're not saying, oh, we're going to bring back all this stuff and, we're going to put on our army and go out and charge. We're just pointing out stuff like, why are things the way they are? Why is some what's the importance of architecture? Why do we feel this revulsion when we see a box instead of this beautiful building and all that other stuff? And the way that urban areas are designed, that kind of stuff. Yeah. So just give us money. That's basically what we're saying.
Well, you're getting good value too. I mean, we have our own private Facebook page and whatnot, which we need to actually spend more time on. We need to come up with more hours in the day, even with this bit of a lockdown.
What you need to do is quit posting your shit for free and start posting it in Punch Riot so I can pay you and get more subscriptions. And
I have. There you go. I have my fantasy novel I've been working on for quite some time now, and also too the first Tesla. If you want to print a couple of chapters of that, and I also give you the fantasy novel, you're more than welcome to.
Let's talk about that. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that's
good.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll definitely do the cryptozoological advice column.
That's got to be good. Yeah, that's got to be good.
Absolutely, we'll have people. Just we'll have questions. Have them send you questions, and then we'll pick one out of a hat, and as it were a hat, And then I as the monster, I will answer the question.
Instead of Dear Abby, it's Dear Chupacabra.
It's Dear Bigfoot or Dear Mothman or something, Dear Mothman, my wife left me.
Dear Mothman, my wife has this friend named Kevin in sales, and I just don't feel comfortable about it.
Exactly. It's like sending your questions to like the Hulk, The
answer is always Hulk smash.
Hulk smash, yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, what's going on here in the chat? You people talking about swords and shit. And is this going to be a Masculine Geek webpage content? It's an affiliated Masculine Geek / Nick August Punch Riot thing. Yes. So.
Yeah, you give us money, we riot.
Exactly. We could do that would be kind of cool with a voice modulator. do like a live, like a quick, like we read the question and I answer it in like a monster type voice and shit. Just put up a picture of whatever it looks like.
The Fiend is supposed to look like.
Exactly. Yeah. Just do like a monster voice. It'd be kind of cool. We'll flesh it out.
Or you could just have Bull Rush narrate it for you.
There you go. Ever use some D&D as source material for a book? Yes, my fantasy novella relies heavily on D&D type scenario stuff. In fact, it's based loosely on a campaign group that I ran in the early 90s. So I borrow a little bit from that and some new stuff. Mainly some of the characterizations I've borrowed from. So
speaking of that, when is the I know you said this already, but when is the next Tesla book going to be out?
Hopefully soon. I know I keep saying that, but I finished the third pass edits, and now it's just fucking around with my book designer. So, and then getting it formatted and whatnot. But I already have the that in the pipeline as far as like who I'm going to. So, I want to say, yeah, if you need a time, let's say this summer. So,
Cool.
So not that far, and then a few of the other projects I have. Obviously, it can be even serialized by a Punch Ride or whatever. So that'd be kind of cool. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to find some people that want to serialize something because I want there to be at least 80% of every issue to be original, previously unpublished work.
Okay.
So there's a reason for people to spend money on it, because if you're going to get something that's already out there, then why spend money on it? I wouldn't blame people for that. So that's what I'm trying to get as much original material at least debuted there first, so people can see it there first, and hopefully that's the value. This first issue is going to be. Once I have everything in, it's already 20 pages, so it's going to be a big issue. And it's all content. There's no advertising. There's no extra stuff in there. It's just, one piece of, writing after another.
Okay, good. No, that's the way to go. Yeah, I mean, we could even talk about serializing my BDSM erotica. So
yeah,
that would work out nicely.
If it's going to make people uncomfortable at a tea party, or if it's going to make a feminist mad, then I probably want it in the magazine.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of yep. I'm not going to give it away, but yes.
Yeah.
It would offend a certain clientele.
Well, I'm not trying to deliberately be offensive, but if it got
deliberately, it's just
it would be great publicity though.
Let them burn.
What'd you say, TJ?
I said, let them burn. Somebody had to say it.
I mean, it would be great if it pissed off a whole bunch of people and they started an anti-Punch Ride campaign on Twitter or something, because then 20,000 more people would see it. So that would I think that would be awesome.
Absolutely. This quarantine here is awesome. Actually, no, it's starting to annoy me. And,
look at this hair. Look
at that hair. See, that's probably the longest TJ's hair has ever been.
Well, recently, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go, as soon as this whole thing's over, I'm going to go. Well, you were saying something. Go ahead. Never mind.
No, I was just going to say I'm long past my haircut point. I've actually wanted to shave it all off. So
I want to go get the haircut from Call of Duty Modern Warfare, where they like shave it to like a 1, and then they do the mohawk. I want that, and then I put on my leather jacket, get on my motorcycle, and just it's like covering yourself with honey and walking near a beehive.
But there's a key point here, TJ.
What is that?
You need the motorcycle.
Well, when the stores are open again, I will buy said motorcycle, but I cannot buy them. I could actually check on Craigslist because I do have cash, so I'll see what I can do about that. See what I can do. Oh, but the bike will be purchased. It will happen.
Cool. Yeah, I'll be sure. I've had my hair down to my shoulders before. That was back in 2012. You think it's funny, but that was a fucking chick magnet, TJ. Chick.
Oh, I mean, didn't Rollo Tomasi also have his hair down? Like,
yeah, he does now actually. But
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's a pain in the ass to maintain, and it's not in me to do that. I just don't fucking care. So, but yeah, I'm going to be shaving this down, high and tight, shorter than Nick's. So. No, man buns do not get all the lays. I have never put my hair when it was long in a bun. I figured here's the deal. Unless you're a fucking samurai, your hair does not belong. It does not.
Really?
I'm not a samurai. I've had some fencing lessons and I've fenced a little bit, but I'm not a samurai. So.
Yeah.
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 So, but yeah, speaking of motorcycles, I was out on my motorcycle yesterday. It was after the rain wasn't too bad. This Sunday is going to be good. It's going to be 70, so I'll be out.
Yeah, I got to plot and plan what I'm going to do because, I mean, I'm not afraid of the signs that are blocking trailheads. I'm afraid of the snitches and all the city folk that are now living out there who might report me. And, you know, I'm trying to avoid confrontation, right?
Yeah. So I can find
Good time to avoid people for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not falling into any of this crap where they're saying, oh, if you go out in the middle of the wilderness, that's violating the social isolation principle. It's like, I'm getting away as far away from you jackasses as possible. So I don't want to hear anything about how I'm like too close to people, right? You know, but the problem is you got a lot of people in at least this part of the state that will report you because they're busybodies. So, yeah, I got to be a little creative, but I'm going out and enjoying the weather, and I'm enjoying the nature, and
I'm waiting for you to use the argument that if you go out there and have trouble, then all these people are going to have to come out there and rescue you, and then that's going to be drawing resources away from somebody else.
Yeah, but that's always been the case anyway. So,
Yes.
you know. Well, you know what? I will sign a form that says, "Do not come and rescue me." I'll buy it. I'm your Huckleberry.
Right.
It's just my game.
Yeah.
Yeah, say when.
Say when. Good movie.
I've not even begun to defile myself. Oh my gosh.
Trying to find a photo with
You're a daisy if you do.
Daisy if you do. Let me see if I can find.
Let's become a druid. Yeah. This area. I'll think of something else, but I like the thinking, but
All right, there we go.
I'll just become a wild man, I guess that's it. What are you looking up?
I'm looking for a picture of me with short hair, like buzzed. Thanks, AJ. Well above the speed limit.
Yeah, you got to watch out. At least my part of the state is a police state. There's coppers everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they're just They're just waiting for somebody to speed so they can write them a ticket and get the shekels.
Shekels. Eh?
Yeah, you're gonna give a shekel, see?
All right. So this was from me a couple of years ago. Short hair. So there you go.
Wow.
I mean, other than the like ray of God's light on your head, I could barely see.
That's right. It's all you're getting.
Yeah, it was when they
You perverts.
Oh,
do
That's geek. Lord, I don't understand what you mean. Just do it.
it.
Stop asking so many stupid questions.
That's right.
Why did you talk like that?
Word. Oh shit! But yeah, that's the buzz hair. I'm going back to that. It's easier to maintain. It's easier, especially with your fucking head in the motorcycle helmet all the time. So
Yeah.
helmet head. See, yeah.
Yeah.
We post. Okay.
I'm gonna have to head out in a bit. I gotta go get some of that whiskey.
What the fuck?
What?
What?
Wait, look at me like I got lobsters crawling out of my ears.
You should have that. You should have a bulk order sitting in your.
Yeah, I did. It's gone. Yeah, so I'll have to head out in a little bit. I still got to make sure the stores ain't closed.
Gotcha.
Do they sell it in grocery stores there?
They do, but I don't know what kind of hours they're doing now, and I'd rather not be caught without whiskey. So
Ours are shutting down at 8 now. A grocery.
yeah.
Yours are either 7 or 8 o'clock.
Mm.
All right, well, I'm done that. Time to go over to the red wine. So we got another half hour. We've got Let It Burn. I haven't heard from Rob yet. Have you, Nick?
He might have passed.
What was that, TJ?
He might have passed. I don't know.
He could be sleeping, yeah.
I'm gonna go make a Kessel run. So if you guys are still live streaming, I'll come back and join you.
All right. Yeah, we will probably till midnight.
All right, gentlemen, it's been
All
good.
Enjoy your whiskey run. Don't take any wooden nickels.
I will not, sir. Nah.
It's your whiskey, see?
Nah.
You should just leave it. I was gonna say you should just leave it running just so you can see the chair there.
The empty chair, that would be awesome.
Yep. Alec, that will be. I will be hosting, or I should say, Masculine Geek will be hosting the. Coding myself. We will be hosting the Let It Burn. So we're cross pollinating marketing here.
Well, basically, we just started drinking early, and I don't have any ideas for tonight. Because I've been working on Punch Riot for the last week and a half, and
there you go.
I got nothing.
It did kind of sound like he said casserole.
I heard Kessel Run.
There you go. Casserole, Kessel Run. Same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. Brain drain. Yeah. Hyundai Sonata. Those little fuckers can be fast. Oh, shit. All right, Nick, I'm going to let you take the helm for about a minute while I replenish my own alcohol reservoir. So I'm going to grab my red wine. Be right back.
All right. I got nothing to say.
You can just sit there and do one of those what Rob just did today, where he's just like drinking and staring at you while the fire crackles in the background.
Yeah. I'll work on my Edgar G. Robinson impersonation.
I'll be right back.
I don't think Edgar G. Robinson smoked a corncob pipe, though. All right, so while he's gone, this new magazine that I'm starting called Punch Riot, we're dropping it next Wednesday, maybe Tuesday if everything gets finished up earlier. And at that time, it's going to be subscription only through Patreon, I think. And it's only about $5 a month. So if you're interested in writing, and some of these guys on Twitter who've been writing a lot, like Barry Nishizawa and MT White, be some things in there by Ryan Stone. Chess Rockwell's contributing something this go around and hopefully in the future. So there should be a lot of, Vince will have something in there. I think Rob may have something in there as well. Some new people that I just received some blind submissions from this last couple of weeks will be in there as well. It's a pretty good magazine. It's got a lot of good shit in it. It's going to be probably 20, 25 pages when the first issue drops. And I hope to have that amount of material for every issue. And it's going to be a bi-weekly thing. So hopefully we're publishing it every other week to start. And then eventually I'd like to start publishing it on a weekly basis. But that depends on submissions. So if you're interested in that kind of writing and some crazy shit, definitely check it out. And now I'm going to smoke my pipe and drink.
That wasn't too painful for you, was it?
I chilled for Punch Riot for a few minutes and then
Nice.
reloaded.
Okay.
So
Cool. I picked up, let's see.
Cooper
Red
and
wine. Yeah, Cooper and Thief. It's a red wine blend, Asian bourbon variant. Yeah, it has a very jammy, it has a very thick taste. It lingers on the palate, which is nice.
that's a local vintage.
That's so good. This one is not. No, this is from California.
All right.
Yeah, it's heavy on the vanilla. A little bit of. Thought I tasted cherry on the back end, but I'm not sure. It's interesting because all food and drink has flavor standards. No, I know a lot of people when they think of wine, like, oh, our wine snob, blah, 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 blah. Well, there are wine snobs out there that are fairly insufferable, but when you appreciate, as you know, your whiskey has the same thing, it has flavor standards. Now, I was first introduced to this concept back in the 90s when I worked for a division of DuPont called Intermountain Canola Company, or Canola Oil Company. And for about a year, I taste tested canola oil.
Wow.
I didn't ingest it. It's like wine. If you're doing an official taste, you're not drinking it all because you're going to get drunk and you're not going to be able to drive home. So we would learn these flavor standards, and oils have flavor standards, even olive oil. So now to this day, I can detect rancid and oil that's bad and has been reused in restaurants. And one of the biggest culprits of this is Chinese food restaurants. And now a rancid oil will taste fishy and or painty. You're going to get like you can taste the smell of paint, if that makes sense. Like if you were to taste paint, like, oh, this is what paint tastes like.
Yeah.
Obviously, fishy needs no explanation. So it goes buttery, nutty. It tastes a bit nutty, grassy, painty, and fishy. So obviously, grassy is in the midway. It's starting to go. The oil is starting to go rancid. An oil snob. I don't think there's oil snobs now. Some wine snobs, yes, and probably other liquors. But the best oil is going to have a buttery or a nutty flavor, and you can test this out with a potato chip. Eat a potato chip. Like a small, medium-sized potato chip, masticate it down to it's nothing but mush. Bring it to the front of your mouth where it's just behind your teeth, and sort of suck on the mashed potato chip and get the sense of the flavor of the oil mixed with your saliva. I know it sounds appetizing, and if you taste like a buttery flavor or a nutty flavor, that oil that they used was fresh, or it's good. So.
Yeah, I would say, when I was a teenager in high school, I worked at a place called Ryan's Steakhouse, which was kind of like a Quincy's. I don't know if you ever had those up there, but you know, it was a place where you go through the line, you get whatever you want, go sit down, and one of my jobs was I was the fry guy for a while. I manned the deep fryer, and
nice.
at the end of the night, you know, we'd shut those things down, let them cool, and then we had these big giant filters that were like big coffee filters, and we would pour the oil into those and strain it into a big pot or bucket, and then, you know, fill the fryer back up with it. And, you know, we do that. I don't remember how many times we did it. There were so many times you could do it where it supposedly didn't affect the flavor, but it was pretty obvious when the oil was old or had gone bad, because you can smell that. Even heating it up after a while, you could smell that. It was like, yeah, that doesn't smell good at all.
Yeah, reheated oil is almost carcinogenic. It's not good. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I did that for a year, and that paid for my private pilot lessons. So.
Oh yeah, you know, we talked about that, I think, when we did the Habit of Words interview.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still? I mean, is your license still active? Do you have to maintain that every year and get recertified?
I do, but the interesting thing is, I never got a chance to finish it because my flight instructor wound up moving before I could finish it off, and it's very expensive because there's two things you have to pay for, unless something has changed recently. You have to pay for what's called prop time, the proper spin, and then you have to pay your instructor. There's two separate costs.
Okay.
You're paying your instructor, and then you're paying wherever you go to rent the plane, unless you're fortunate enough to have access to a plane, and I did not. So, but at the time where I was working, my supervisor, her husband was a commercial airline pilot who was also wanting to get into teaching. So I was sort of his first student, and he was my first flight instructor. So it worked out nicely. But he didn't charge me. He just wanted the experience. I'm like, awesome. So I paid, at the time, it was $55 an hour.
Okay.
So, and no, avgas is not cheap.
I've known a few people who wanted to go into some kind of aviation, and they all invariably, I think to a man, joined the military because the cost of doing that. Like, there's some college programs here at one of our universities in Alabama, Auburn. They have an aviation program, but it's like you said, it's really expensive. It's not just whatever they're charging them for the college part of it, but then the university operates a small airport here, or the city operates a small airport and sublets part of it out to the university to use for their classes. But the fees for that are all fairly expensive. So a lot of people end up going to the military, and either they learn it in the military, or the military pays for their college or whatever.
Gotcha. No, it's nice to have that subsidized by somebody else.
It must be I've thought about doing that before. I'm probably not going to at this point in my life, but that must be a great feeling, being able to hop into a plane and.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's so much fun. Yeah. It's hot. There's no air. Like Alec is talking about a Cessna 180. I flew the Cessna. It was a 154. Just a 2-seater. And there's no air conditioning. So in the summertime, when you're doing your pre-check flight and you're sitting there ready to you're taxiing, and you're just fucking hot as balls. But once you're up, 4,000 or 5,000 feet, it cools off.
Did you ever have any hairy situations?
Yeah. When we were, two, actually. I think I mentioned one of them. When we were this is when I first started. Well, the first one was when the instructor's prescription sunglasses got whipped off his head. So this is like the second or third lesson. There are these things in the ground. I think they're called VTEX or Vortex. They're it looks like a global positioning thing. Looks like a radar dish pointed up from the ground. It's for use for the transponders and whatnot. So he wanted to show me one. He's going to point one out as we were flying over it. So he dips, dips the plane. He's pointing it out, and he opens the window. I knew what he was thinking. So his glasses go boom off his face, and he just kind of deadpans. He's like, "Oh shit!" Like
He didn't bring backups or anything.
nope. He
All
just wasn't thinking it would be, I guess, an issue. It could have been a backup in his car, and he had to kind of talk me into landing down. He helped a little bit because once you're getting close to it, he could see much better. But a lot of it I had to do, which was interesting. So that was a little nerve wracking. I had to clean my shorts out later after that one. And then when we were on the runway taking off, the plane just starts vibrating really, really fast. The nose gear wasn't set correctly.
Okay.
And it was causing almost like having your car out of wheel alignment. So we had to abort. We just throttled down and got another plane. So
Okay.
yeah, that was all. That was always fun. And then doing the stalls, those were nice. Those were kind of fun. I mean, you pull back on the yoke until there's no pressure under the wing you're not getting any lift. So you kind of go up and then you just plummet. So you just push the throttle in, push down on the yoke, and then pull out of it. Those are fun.
Deliberately in order to learn how to do that in case it happens, or
exactly, yeah. It's they call that controlled simulated engine failure. So we practice that kind of stuff. We remember we scared some migrant farm workers doing that. Came in real low over this is a blueberry, I think a blueberry field near Cape May. Yeah, it's pretty funny. You see them all scatter, all these hats scatter. So it's fun. But yeah, the flying is. But once again, I mentioned the motorcycle. That's the closest you can get to flying without being on the plane.
Yeah, is that when you're up there getting instructed? I mean, is there anything aside from? I mean, is it just all about reading the instruments and then practicing? Coming out of a stall and all those other things you mentioned, and then it's probably. I mean, a lot of it's probably just practicing takeoffs and landings, right?
Yeah. Sasta saying practice stalls and go around. Stalls go around what they call turns about a point, where you pick an arbitrary point. Like in my case, it was this tree out in the field, and you just kind of like want to do like a complete circle all the way around it.
Yeah.
Yeah. In navigation, you're learning aeronautical maps and things like that. So, yeah.
So if the zombies are coming and you ran to the airport right now, do you have confidence that you would get that plane up and get out of Dodge?
Absolutely not. It would come back to me if I had a little bit of an emergency situation. No, but if I had a little bit of time, yeah, I could go through the pre-check flight and everything, and make sure all the surface structures are okay and the nose gear is where it's supposed to be. Yeah. So, yep. Touch and goes. Yeah, you just would go around touch and goes. You just take off land. They're fun to actually go to a small airport and watch them practice that.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the flight path for that little airport here in town, and so planes are coming over my house all the time. Either those small like those Cessnas, or there are some people who are coming in and out on those little jets all the time. So they're always coming by here.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and then you have to make sure you're flying. I think for small planes, you have to be in heavily populated areas. You have to be at least 600 feet off the ground. Yeah. So, and then when you take off, you get to a certain point, you level out, and you kind of look to your right, look to your left, and then lift, get more altitude after that. So
I wish I'd have gone that route years ago, because I do a lot of saltwater fishing, and I'm fairly close to the Gulf, but it still takes me about 3.5 hours to drive down there. Whereas I think airtime, it's only about 45 minutes or something, or an hour, which would be a lot nicer. but I could get down there and fish more. But
Yeah. There's so much I know we all want to do if we had more time and money. So, but
thought about
then
moving down there, but I'm not.
what?
I thought about moving down there actually, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, just buying a place either on the bay, on Mobile Bay, or maybe down near the beach, but probably still a few years away from.
Okay. Now, is that sort of like a I say retirement. Guys never really retire, but is that sort of like a bucket list location that you want to do? Like it's like eventually this is where I want to end up.
Yeah, it's probably so. I haven't. The only reason I haven't done it yet was because in my former job, I flew a lot around the country, and often as much as once or twice a month. So I wanted to be closer to Atlanta so I could get cheaper flights. And if I moved down to the bay, then that's a 6-hour drive probably to the Atlanta airport. And they do have a little airport down there, but the variety of flights are pretty slim, and it at least doubles the cost when you have to do that. And that wasn't real appealing. But now if I, since I'm doing this whole change, if I can, get my income back to what it was at the previous job and not have to fly all the time, then yeah, I'll be down there in a heartbeat. Yeah, no doubt.
Nice. So you've got that's right, there's bollards. So you have a question from Marty.
Yeah, sometimes Marty, I love Destin. It's a little bit. I stay in Alabama most of the time just because I want to keep my money here and because it's less crowded, especially where I go. But they're building up around the coast, around Gulf Shores and Orange Beach and Foley, which is a little town on the way to the beach, so much that the traffic is starting to get bad. So there's not really. Alabama's losing or giving away all the advantage that we have over some place like Florida because it's getting more and more congested. So I go to Destin some and probably will go more. Right now I go to Pensacola a little bit more often than Destin, but growing up, Destin was the place to go, and it was a little bit sleepier back then too. So we used to go there a lot and fish in Choctawhatchee Bay, which is beautiful, and all those little islands right around there, and then out on the Gulf side. Man, we've stayed in places down there, and we've caught so many fish off of the beaches in Destin in the past that we could feed, if we had the whole family going and we had my parents and had 5, 6, 7 people, we could feed everybody off the fish we were catching just right there in front of the condo and still have some to bring home. Now, I don't know if it's still like that because I haven't fished over off the surf in Destin in a while, but yeah, it was great fishing down there, and it's just a beautiful place.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't been. Excuse me. I haven't been fishing I used to do some deep sea fishing in the early aughts. Missed that in Bluefish.
Oh yeah, 30A. Yeah, I've stayed over there. Yeah, I've stayed over there. There's a place down there where I don't remember the name of it. I think it's right there shortly where 30A splits off. But that was actually there was a complex down there where a business associate of my parents owned a place there, and so he used to let us stay there, and that's where I'm talking about. That we used to catch a lot of whiting off of the beach there, and they're a small species. They don't get much longer than 16 or 18 inches, but the flesh is really white and flaky, and it's really great when you fry it up. And so we used to have some great fish fries off of what we caught down there, and
ooh, that sounds good.
Been there a lot. But like I said, lately I've mainly been staying in Bama. Usually down, if you're in Bama, it's I usually go and stay down on Fort Morgan Peninsula, just a couple of miles from the fort, and fish down there because it's real. It's not crowded. It's real quiet, and the fishing's better most of the time down there. So. I haven't tried spear fishing, but I really want to.
There he is.
Oh shit, we're like full on fucking live. Alrighty.
You're right. Yeah, we're live. This is.
We've been doing this for about, I think, 11 and a half hours now. I'm not sure.
It certainly seems like it. We started at 7:30, Rob.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're segueing right into Nick's Let Him Burn show.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That works.
So welcome. We're talking about, and
I Let Him Burn show. It's just on Nick's channel.
That's right. We were talking about my flight adventures and whatnot, and then I wanted to. Well, you could tell them about your what do you call it that you're holding me up to for the flight.
What?
You're holding me up to finishing my my flight stuff.
Well, yeah. If you're not going to become a fucking pilot, what good are you?
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome.
Well, I have to. I mean, when you and I are get to the point where we're like, fuck it, we're done. I'll be renting the plane, and we're gonna.
There we go.
Fly that shit into the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll change that Masculine Geek backdrop and logo to three guys hanging out of a plane.
Pretty much.
Three guys in a plane piling it into a mountain or something.
There you go. Absolutely.
Oh,
but yeah, we started at 7:30 Eastern.
Oh.
Yeah. We haven't talked in almost 2 weeks. How have you been doing out there, man?
I'm fucking exhausted. No, it's I'm just trying to think what it's kind of been like, because like this week, like the last couple weeks, all my routes and everything are all jacked up, and I'm doing half my jobs and half of other people's jobs that are the guys that got furloughed and whatnot. And it really ramped up last Friday and Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. It really fucking ramped up, where it's like, put a gun in my mouth, pull the trigger, and call it done is kind of how it felt. And yesterday and today, but both yesterday and today, I did only my route. Nothing, no extra. Well, there was one or two random jobs, but otherwise it was all the stuff I usually do, but it was stuff that had been missed, not because of me missing it, but because of chaos with corporate and whatnot. So, shit got missed. And so now here's your regular day, plus here's a bunch of makeup shit to do. Even though it's my shit, it's not on the right week, because each week it's a little different. And so I'm doing jobs that it's like, okay, this is why I just did these guys and now I'm going back, or, oh wait, I didn't do these guys in 3 weeks and I should have done them last week, but they weren't on the schedule last week. And so it's been heavy, and it's just like, and then they're trying to hit me up to get me to come in on Monday. They're like, hey, you want to work on Monday? And I'm like, no. Why would I do that?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah,
General
Exactly.
Amistad, how can I do that?
TJ, wait, was the whiskey in your backyard?
No, I did the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs. So here is Knob Creek's Old Fashioned.
Knob.
Speaking
Thinking of Quintus.
of Knob, Rob, how you doing?
No, damn, he called you a knob.
Who? What you talking about, Willis?
Hmm.
No, I'm tired, but I'm good.
Good.
It's one of those things that I kind of want. On one end, I want this to continue on indefinitely, just for the fact that, like I said, driving is a breeze. Parking is a breeze. Dealing with pedestrians is a breeze because nobody's out there except more people are getting out there. I've noticed over the last few days
Yeah.
that there is more. I don't know what the hell it is, if people are ignoring the lockdown or whatever, but that, or it's just the fact that Utah, when they decided to finally issue their kind of their mandatory "you need to stay home" list, they listed pretty much the non-essential list was much shorter than the essential list. And really what it came down to was, well, what is non-essential in, at least in Utah? It's like basically anything fun.
Mm.
You know, if you want to go to the bar, nope, can't go to the bar. Anything where you can, gather in more than 10 people, but all the businesses for the most part are still considered primarily essential. And yet I'm sitting there thinking, in my mind, I'm like, how is this business essential other than we got to grind that economy? Got to keep that economy going, where I'm like, oh, fuck it. Let's make a whole bunch of shit non-essential. If we're going to burn, let's burn this fucker down. Come on, let's really do it.
Well, in my state, construction is not essential, but the liquor store is. So figure that one out.
No, no. I want to talk about that because in Utah, even, Utah, the LDS state, somebody's echoing in the background. I can hear me in someone else's channels. But in Utah, even the Mormons that run the state, where there are usually a bunch of teetotalers, even they know better than to mess with the prohibition days. Because I'm sitting there today, I was thinking about it today. I was like, it's a good thing I'm not in charge, because if I was, I would shut the liquor store down. And then they'd be like, dude, within 48 hours, you'd have blood in the streets. And I'm like, right? That's the point.
Yeah.
If we're going to do this, I'm not for martial law. Don't get me wrong. I hate even the idea of it. But if we're going to do this shit, let's not fuck around and Mickey Mouse and mamby-pamby it. Let's lock shit down. It's like, all right, we're shutting every fucking thing down unless it's infrastructure or it's like first responder. Otherwise, it all gets shut down, all of it. It's like you're all going to be sitting at home. If you go outside and you're wandering around, you will be asked, what the fuck are you doing?
Right.
Okay, stop fucking around with it. Let's get through this, because even I'm getting tired of it now. I'm getting tired of the Mickey Mouse. It's like, I go to a car dealership because they're open.
Right.
And I'm like, I can see the service end being considered essential. Parts and service. Because got to get your car fixed if it breaks. But the sales side of vehicles, how is that essential? Do you know anyone right now during this, especially if people are losing jobs, whether it's temporary or permanent,
right,
that are going out and buying fucking cars right now?
This is kind of the thing that I find so ridiculous, is that they're shutting things down based on essential services rather than safety. Like the whole idea would be, in a logical world, you would base a business, you would say everyone can be open as long as you follow these protocols. Like with grocery stores, you can be open, but you need to limit the number. It's kind of like with fire safety, right? You can only have so many people inside of a building for it to be safe in case of a fire. You think they would do the exact same thing with grocery stores and say you can only have 100 people in the grocery store at a time. People need to practice social distancing. Don't be too close to each other. And you could do that. I can't think of it, other than massage therapy and prostitution. I really can't think of a whole lot of interactions where chiropractic and all this other stuff. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I can't think of anything where they couldn't do this. It's almost just, it doesn't affect them. I promise you, if politicians were affected directly, if they were losing money or losing like their own personal assets, they had skin in the game, they would be singing a different tune. But they don't, because a lot of them, it's like, if the economy crashes, they still got their jobs, they still get their shekels, they still have their money, right? Notice they're not slashing government jobs. All right, let's talk about essential. How many government workers are going to get laid off? I understand a lot of them are being sent home, but Yeah, I'm amazed at the tolerance of um, the average normie. Because if I was a small business owner that was facing insolvency because of this, I'd be like picking up a rifle, ready to like. I'd be opening my business with an AK and say, freaking shut me down. Like, come and get me. Come and take it. Come take my business.
Okay, I want to address that with what you just said, TJ, and also I think it was Doc said in the comments that he's saying, there's going to be a rebellion in the streets. I give it 72 hours max type of thing. Okay, I want to talk about both what you just said and what Doc just said. Okay, and while I appreciate your sentiment and I appreciate Doc's, because I remember, and again, this was another thing I was thinking about earlier today. And I can remember it was a few weeks ago. It was like 2 weeks into this whole thing where we're now a month into it. And everybody was saying, oh, a month max. And people are going to lose their fucking minds. There's going to be blood in the streets, yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, here we are. Where's the blood in the streets? Come on, guys. Where's the rebellions? Where's the riots? Where's the revolution? Where's the slitting of throats and hoisting the black flag? The truth is, our nation is a bunch of fucking simps now. Okay? Instead of the come and shut me down. And you got your rifle in your hand. And like I said, I appreciate your sentiment, TJ. I'm not coming after you or Doc personally. This isn't an attack.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
It's an assessment and an observation of society at large. Yeah. We, as a society at large, are a bunch of soft simp sheep, and we're looking at Big Daddy government come save us, which is why we have this mamby-pamby weird bullshit going on where we're locked down, but not really. Oh, well, if you're non-essential, which means if it's basically anything fun or anything where groups of more than 10 can get together, but beyond that, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And so we just kind of, and everyone goes, well, we'll do this until we'll give it 72 hours, and 72 hours goes by, and well, we'll give it another 72 hours, and it's a lot of goddamn dogs barking, and not one of them's got any fucking teeth. That's what's going on here.
I think that in the short term, I agree with you. I think that people will put up with it. As long as
they'll put up with this indefinitely.
As long as they get their weed, their booze, their bread and circus, something to distract them. But
and there you have it.
I think at some point though, and this is a possibility, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but
right,
people are going to psychologically be, when they don't, here's the problem. There's no dead bodies in the streets. There's nothing to visually trigger them psychologically to say, this makes sense. When they're out there and there's nobody around and they aren't seeing dead bodies and they got a person pulling a gun on them saying, you can't go walk on the street or be in this parkway, they may give in and go home. But if another guy decides to pull out his gun and say, let's go, and there's a shootout, most people at some point are going to say, you're willing to shoot a guy to prevent people from getting sick from they begin to start thinking psychologically about what's going on. And I was saying this earlier in the podcast, people are really responding psychologically to this stuff. It's not rational. It could just at one moment, like something happens that just triggers a lot of Americans to just say, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. Now that may never happen. It's
I don't think it will, just because of how soft we are. The fact that any real generation that has gone through real fucking bullshit, not this mamby-pamby bullshit we're dealing with right now. The greatest generation, the silent generation, all them guys, they're all dead for the most part. And if they're not, they're all but dead because just age. Okay. Yeah. Even the boomers the boomers went through Vietnam. Okay. My dad was there, all that kind of shit. But really, beyond Vietnam, we haven't had any hardship.
Right.
And even Vietnam, it's more, okay, so guys got drafted instead of volunteering. They had to go. And when they came back, they got shit on by the government, by the society. And so a lot of those guys just checked out and had their kids. And that is the majority of guys that are ATM machines and became the first real victims, if you will, the first casualties of modern day marriage 2.0. Okay. These are guys that, not to try to disrespect, I'm not trying to pick like on vets. They're not the only group, but it is the boomer generation in a lot of ways that this is kind of how we got where we are.
Yeah.
Okay. And so whether they are pussies or the fact that they're just fucking broken.
Yeah, I think it's broken.
And that's more my thoughts too. They're just fucking done. They're broken. Okay. And then you have the Gen Xers like me and Vince and Nick, where we're like, fuck it. We're the Han Solo going, whatever, because nobody gave a fuck about us. We're the ones that, I remember talking to someone here. Well, I know who it was. It was one of my girls. I was telling her the other night, I was like, we were talking about movies. And she said, let me guess what your all-time favorite movie is. And I said, okay. And she said, it's a Star Wars film. And I said, close, but no cigar. And she was like, what? I'm like, oh, don't get me wrong. Star Wars as a whole, minus the dumpster fire that was the last 3 latest movies, they're my favorite childhood films. That when I want to relive, a childhood memories, yes, I love Star Wars.
Yeah.
But that's my childhood shit. That's my innocence, my sense of wonder, all of that. My favorite film of all time, guys in the chat, what fucking film do you think is my favorite film? I want to see what these guys say first. See who's been paying attention, who's been watching my shit, who's been reading my shit, because I've mentioned it before.
Don't tell us, but I'm gonna guess.
Okay, you hang on. I want to see what the guys in the chat say first. I gotta wait. No, Doc, that's TJ's favorite film.
What film?
Red Dawn.
Oh.
Nope, not Kelly's Heroes. That's definitely not my favorite film. Not Die Hard, man. None of you guys have been paying attention.
Can I guess?
Hang on, TJ. I want to get a couple more here to see.
All kind of music. That's the best answer.
Sound of Music. Close. It's
really
Mary Poppins. No, what is your guess, TJ?
Footloose?
Footloose.
No.
Terminator.
No, but you're getting close. AJ Baylock is probably the closest one, but even he's wrong. Doc, it's not Star Trek 2. It's not a sci-fi film. Brokeback Mountain. There we have it. Obviously, somebody's paying attention. No. None of you dumbasses know. Jesus Christ. All right. It's Fight Club.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Well, that's close to Brokeback Mountain, so there you go.
There you have it.
Well, it was written by a gay guy, so I figures.
Okay, so there you have it. That's it, because the whole line about we are a generation of men being raised by women. We have no great war. Our lives are a great depression, all of that shit. Okay, that was the only film, even more than Star Wars. Like when the prequels, because when I was a kid is when the original trilogy came out. So I only saw each one of those like once or twice in the theater. But the one film that I had seen 4 different times in the fucking theater was Fight Club. Because I saw it with a friend when he recommended it and was like, oh my God. And then I saw it alone. And then I saw it with another friend to show him how goddamn good it was. And then I saw it again alone. And then, of course, I own it on Blu-ray and DVD. And that, to me, sums up our lives in a lot of ways. We are a lost generation in that sense, and we're very pissed off. Okay. But when I look at us, Generation X has had no great war, no great depression. The boomers are broken as a whole. Like I said, they're not necessarily pussies. They're just broken. They broke themselves by changing up society to what we kind of now have manifesting right now in real time. The millennials, those guys, you know, they've had it easy their entire lives. They don't know any different about anything. And so it's all, you know, even some of my friends that have businesses and they're small business owners, they're hopeful. And I'm glad that they are hopeful. It's better than, well, fuck it, we're doomed. But what are they waiting for? Government handouts. You know, oh yeah, we need FEMA to do this and we need government daddy to do that. And all we're doing is hoping to God they get off their asses and start kicking us part of that $2 million or $2 trillion stimulus package. That's all they're worried about is, well, let's get on it, guys. Let's get some of that money out here so that we can live. And they are considered a non-essential business. They're one of the few in Utah that actually fell under the nope, you can't fucking work group. And so they're waiting for government handouts. And, you know, I don't blame them. It's not like, well, you better not take that money. It's like, no, I get it. But it's like, that's where we're at. And so the idea that it's time for the boogaloo and we're going to boog, it's like, nah, we're as a society, we're too goddamn soft and complacent. We're too big of pussies that it's like, nah, we are literally doing the line from, what was it? Revenge of the Sith. You know, there goes the sound of freedom to thunderous applause. That's where we're going.
I think as long as we have the illusion of prosperity, but you know, the reason why other areas and other parts of the world don't tolerate this kind of stuff where they riot more frequently is because they don't have the stuff that we have. I mean,
right. Oh yeah.
When people get desperate, they're not going to put up with this kind of stuff. I
agree.
They've created a monster in the American public where, hey, what's going on?
Shit, guy. He's looking a little shaggy in the beard there.
He's
a goddamn Wolverine.
Hey, did the DeLorean have to actually go 88 miles per hour before you came from 1985?
So that's kind of my thing. I mean, you're right, TJ. It ultimately comes down to you're either part of the haves or the have-nots.
Right.
Okay? And when you hit the point that you're a have-not, then there's blood in the streets, at least in the modern world today. Well, America as a whole is still the world of haves. Even the homeless people, they have cell phones, they have food in their bellies because there's not one of them that is wandering around that is an emaciated fucking skeletal looking corpse. Okay, so even the bums, you know, they're wandering around like lost pigeons right now because they're the only people out on the street. And they're used to people being able to, you know, give them their nickels, dimes, a few dollars, whatever. And that group's dried up. But they still have the mission. They still have the soup kitchens because those things are open. Those things are considered essential. Okay. And I promise you, they're not practicing social distancing and those fucking things. You know, and I even said it in an audio podcast that I was kind of doing a notes to self type of thing that I just released another part of it today, but I did part of it yesterday. I'm noticing that when I was watching first responders yesterday, a group of firemen get out of their truck, they got their surgical masks on, which I question the efficacy, the efficiency of a surgical mask. Is it really work, or is this just part of the illusion of safety that we fucking cling to so much? But these guys are walking right next to each other like it's, you know, pre-coronavirus. It's like, oh, here's guys that deal with people daily that if you do have a medical issue or whatever, these are the guys that show up even before the meat wagon does. And they're not practicing social distancing. They don't seem too fucking concerned about it. So why the fuck should I?
Well, the social distancing stuff is bullshit anyway.
Well, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, you shouldn't care. That's
the 6 foot rule is bogus. Number one, because if you wanted to do proper distancing, you'd have to you'd have to stay 15 to 20 feet away from everybody.
And there you have it.
If you sneeze or cough, that's how far you're going to project any possible viruses or anything like that.
Plus, people are walking through your jet wash all the time when you're 6 feet apart in a grocery store. So,
and yeah, and the other thing is too, like if you have someone
Jet wash.
who sneezes, if they sneeze, that droplets can hang in the air for about 30 to 45 seconds.
Yeah, depending on the circulation and the ventilation you got going on, you bet your ass.
So,
And if you actually have a certain type of circulation, guess what? It's now all over the fucking place.
So like the 6 foot rule, that's the same thing. That's akin to, I've been saying this for a while. It's akin to like taking your shoes and belt off at the airport security.
Yeah, it's all illusion.
It's just,
that's the reason. That's the reason why that's one of the reasons why I'm a collapsitarian, essentially, because it's not that I want everything to blow up. It's that I don't think anything can change until it actually
blows up. You're right.
And I think there's so many people with enough power invested to keep it just under blowing up that it's very likely that's going to happen. If you just look at what's going on right now, nobody has any hard data about what the levels of risk really are, about
nobody
where
knows.
Started. Nobody fucking knows, and yet they are willing to throw the economy into the shitter, throw Trump into the fire, and burn it all up from that sense, even though they don't have.
But yet the economy is not going to tank bad enough to get people out in the streets. It's really not, because when you look at it, again, all the pretty much everything is considered an essential business other than your bars, your big gathering type of things. Otherwise, like I said, fucking car dealerships are still, whether they're selling cars or not, they're still open. All the businesses I went to today, if they were closed, it wasn't because they were non-essential. It was because they decided all to work from home. Okay, but they're still working. So, they're not in any real danger of like losing business. I've asked people at the businesses, even the ones that were skeleton crews, there's 2 fucking guys there. And I'm like, so how big of danger do you guys think you're in as far as not losing your job, but that your business folds? And none of them. They're like, oh, we're fine. And it's like, everybody's just working from home. It's quiet. It's kind of nice, actually. Nobody was freaking the fuck out. So it's like, oh, it's okay.
The only rioting in the streets is going to be possibly in some place like New York City or anywhere where either the government checks or the food supply dwindles for just long enough.
And that's it. That's it right there. If you want to riot in the streets, you got to stop the food supply. That's the only way it's going to happen.
The other thing
you cut off the toilet paper supply.
The other thing that's been, go ahead.
I just said you cut off the toilet paper supply, and then people will riot.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. No TP, people get mad. Yeah, if you start losing electricity, that's going to be rough. You lose food supplies, that's going to be your sign to get the fuck out.
Well, here's another fun one. I want to throw that in when you mentioned electricity, Bull Rush. So yesterday, Salt Lake City or Salt Lake County, where I live, we've had the coronavirus thing going on. We had our earthquake back in March. And then yesterday we get a fucking Amber Alert or one of these, all broadcast system thing. It was on the television. It was on the phones. It was everywhere. For anyone who lives in Magna, which is where I basically live there. I'm like 30 fucking seconds from the border. Okay. Their fucking water supply, something happened because they're telling everyone, boil your water. Do not drink the water. Okay.
What did they do? Hit a pipe or something?
I don't know. Don't know what happened. Couldn't tell you. All I know is they said, until otherwise, do not drink the fucking water. And I'm like, oh, so now the water system's taking a shit in Magna. And so I'm thinking, okay, Magnites, here's your chance. Time to boog. Time to fucking revolt. What did everyone do? Oh. And then today they're like, okay, it's whatever it was. Again, I don't know what happened. But
You have to
now
consider-
today we got the all clear. You know, Big Daddy government said you
consider,
can
too,
drink
like,
the water again.
Before people, even back during the revolution and when it started, the colonists had to get real bad even for the colonists to start revolting. And it basically came down to England taking their guns and confiscating their rifles and forced quartering of British soldiers inside personal residence.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boris, you raise a really great point. Is that a lot of people are like, oh, some people revisionists will say, colonists revolted over nothing. It was just a bunch of stupid tactics. No, they were being for private residences.
They were living under martial law too.
Right. They were being forced to have soldiers in their homes. They were being forced to feed them and provide for them. You know, people who didn't like them, who were there, you know, also stuff in the, I'm thinking, you know, that's why we have the Third Amendment. And, you know, which is incidentally one of, I don't think there's ever been a Supreme Court case ruling on the Third Amendment, ever.
No, there hasn't.
There hasn't. But yeah, exactly. This idea that people, like, things got bad in the colonies where they completely shut down the Boston port. Like, food supplies couldn't get in. Other colonies were sending in stuff to keep the population basically from starving. I mean, it kind of got. I as much as we kind of joke about that stuff about how easily they were offended, it's like they didn't revolt over trivial stuff. And even then, in Lexington and Concord, it wasn't until a year later that they pushed for independence because the English were sending in mercenaries. They were sending in foreign German troops, the Hessians.
Yeah, the Hessians, weren't they?
Yeah, and they were committing all these brutal war crimes. And so it was like for the Americans, they're like, there's no resolving these problems with the English. You know, we're done. You know, when you send people to come in and commit atrocities against the civilian population, and you're saying in foreign mercenaries to boot, you know, like, we don't think of that as very important now, but saying in foreigners in a internal affair within a country was considered unspeakable. Charles I did the exact same thing during the English Civil War. He was going to bring in Catholic, Irish Catholics, and possibly the French, and that's what got his head chopped off.
The only equivalent today would be like sending in UN troops from the other side of the world to try to enforce something around here and then having to deal with the consequences of that, which it's very unlikely that would ever happen. And if it did, that would probably set off some shit. But barring that, there's not, you know, this isn't, it's like you said, people were dealing with existential realities of being forced to give up food and being forced to take care of people in their house, in their homes that they didn't want there. It wasn't about philosophical, not immediately about philosophical differences in opinion over, you know, how a government should be run or how taxes should be run. It was much more low level and real in your face shit than that. That had something to do with it, but that wasn't what set anything off.
Right. I don't think that's what it's like for the average citizen. It's more of the immediate real life stuff of, am I being forced to quarter someone who has who essentially is not they're not, and people need to understand, there was no law enforcement back then. There was militia, and every man who was a free man was part of a militia. So the people were the militia. And so to have soldiers deployed on on American soil in peacetime was very controversial and was very offensive to the Americans because they considered themselves English. So they said, we are subject to the same rights as, in the revolution was originally fought to uphold their rights as Englishmen. And then they realized that they were not going to be treated as Englishmen. They were going to be treated retroactively, they'd have been treated no differently than the Australians, right? They're not
Right.
they're not real English. Well, okay, we're going to form another country that's going to be even better. So, we'll bail you out of 2 world wars. So you're welcome.
Yeah, the main thing is that like people are not uncomfortable enough to do anything. So and it was made to be that way. I mean, you got liquor stores open, grocery stores open. As long as people can still get the food and booze, they're not going to do anything.
No, that's why I don't. If I was gonna, I don't know. You're absolutely right. They talk about essential, and I just roll my eyes. It's such an Orwellian term. Booze is essential, but construction is not. So you put that together, like you're acknowledging that we're alcoholics, we're chain smokers, we're potheads. We don't need homes. We just need to drink, smoke, and
As long as people have their vices, I mean.
Well, yeah, that's what they're acknowledging. They're saying that Americans need their vices to avoid going crazy. Because can you imagine them saying the liquor store is closed? Like, as we were talking about before,
Shit.
there would be like, but it's also because we went through prohibition. Like, we're done. We're done having that political discussion, right? We're going to have a liquor store could open. This is the crazy thing. Let's say they said, liquor stores are closed. They're not essential. And a liquor store said, no, we're going to stay open. And they sent in police. I promise you that liquor store owner could get people armed and ready to fight outside.
Not in Utah. Not in Utah,
Not in
because
Utah.
the state runs the liquor stores here.
Right. But in other parts of the country, you would have people showed up who are armed. Like, that's just.
Well, it just goes to show like how serious the government is taking this virus, because it's not that big a deal. Number one,
No.
I mean, if it was that bad, people would be staying in their homes anyway. They wouldn't have to be ordered to do so,
Right.
because there'd be people dying, left and right. People be dropping like flies, but they're not. In fact, it's not such a big deal that you can still. They basically shrank all the places that people could go down to a handful of places, which, by the way, that's not a really smart thing to do, because then you just herd them all into the one thing or a couple of areas, and hey, that's a wonderful way to move a virus around.
Down here, if they said you couldn't sell liquor anymore, the guys down here who are already making it illegally would just crank up their still production. I mean, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, you'd have bootlegging again. That's all you'd do. We would usher in the 1920 gangster era all over again, only with better cartels and better weaponry. That's all.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
Better gangsters, you see? Man, instead of a Thompson machine gun, we got AK-47, see? Man, we got a hand grenades, and we got ourselves a couple of bazookas and some other stuff. And then we got some guys in the back going, boogaloo, boogaloo, boogaloo. And that's what we had. That's what we'd have.
That reminds me, whenever Rob, remember when me and you were on visit down up there with you? We were at that gun range. They had some Tommy guns.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they have full machine guns there that you can rent, and if you have your, if you got your permit from the Crown, you can buy them. Oh yeah, they're fully automatic.
Yeah, they had the semi-automatic 45
right
replicas there
that
were usable.
Yep.
I'm glad we left, man. I was about to drop my bank account.
Hey, here's an unpopular opinion, guys, based off of something Doc said earlier.
I'm shocked.
Yes. He mentioned something about, a parade for the health workers, yada, yada, something like that. I don't want to scroll back and find it. But here's an unpopular opinion for everybody. I might get a lot of boos and hisses, who knows. But first responders, military, cops, and yes, doctors and nurses are not fucking heroes. That is my unpopular opinion. Why are they not heroes? Because they signed up for the job.
It's their fucking job.
Exactly. Even my dad, who's a veteran from Vietnam, whenever they put the flag at half mast because some soldier died somewhere, my dad's like, he's not a fucking hero. He volunteered. He signed up. He knew the risk that, yes, you're joining a job that the mortality rate happens to be kind of up there. You're not a fucking hero. Same with cops, firefighters, and in my opinion, doctors and nurses, where I saw that the other day at one of the rest homes that the people had made these posters that were telling that, oh, these people here that take care of us, they're heroes. And I'm like, no, they're not. They fucking signed up for it. This is their job. This is why they get their paycheck. Who are the heroes? The truckers bringing in the goddamn food, pulling extra shifts because they didn't sign up for that. Yep. You know, that's your fucking heroes.
The paycheck.
The goddamn guys who are stocking shelves doing overtime because, hey, I could use the money and we need to keep the food on the shelves and keep the toilet paper for you fucking idiots out there that are buying it left and right. Those are the heroes, not fucking health workers. Sorry, guys. You're not.
Because the health workers, like the nurses and doctors and stuff, they're supposed to. They train for that stuff. You know, they train for those kind of emergency situations.
Right. This is what you signed up for. If you're going to cry about how exhausted you are, cry me a fucking river. You signed up for it. You could have chose a different occupation. Which reminds me, one other thing. I noticed this. Some of the banks and credit unions around here, they're not doing just drive up it. You know, they still have the lobbies open. And I noticed this was my first observation where I really paid attention to it was yesterday. I go into one of these outfits where they didn't have to let me in because most of them, when I go in to service them, the lobbies are closed and locked up, that they are only using the drive up because social distancing and infection and blah, blah. But some of them, they're still open. So I strolled into one. I was like, oh, wow, they're open. You know, I can go in. And everybody, including the customers, are wearing their surgical masks. And I'm like, huh. So what's it going to take for the first bank robbery where they're wearing a surgical mask? And what is it going to be when the guy walks up to the window or whatever, walks up to the teller, and he's like, give me the money or I pull down my mask and I cough on you. You know, I tweeted about it, but I got thinking about it. It's like, I'm waiting to hear about the first bank robbery, you know, that's COVID related. That it's like, oh, it's not because he had COVID, but what a perfect time when everybody's wearing surgical masks of whatever quality, whether they're genuine surgical masks or they're fucking bandanas over their face. Because I was noticing that at some of the grocery stores today. If they weren't wearing surgical masks, they're wearing bandanas or some other bullshit like my little beanie wrap, but only on their face. And it's like, well, he's set up to rob the outfit if he wants to. What the fuck? They're not going to know except, well, he's probably about 6'2", and weight-wise, I'd guess he's probably about 180. What else can you tell? Well, he might have been a white guy, but beyond that, why? Well, because he was wearing a mask. What kind? He was wearing a bandana, or he was wearing a surgical mask.
Rob, you've got it all figured out where your income is coming from.
You know, another
Dude,
thing
I was scaring the fuck out of some of the health workers, thinking of health workers. I was scaring the fuck out of them at one of my stops because I was mentioning that to them, that I was like, I had a random thought earlier today, and I'm telling them that, and they're like, oh my God. And I'm like, don't worry, ladies. The reason I even thought about it is I used to be in the armored car industry, and we had to prepare for shit like this where, you know, banks would have the signs right on the door. Do not come in, you know, remove masks, remove hats, remove sunglasses. Now surgical masks are totally acceptable. And I'm like, what a perfect time for a robbery. Thank God I don't work in the armored car biz anymore because I would be paranoid beyond belief by this point, because every motherfucker walking by you is a potential threat to begin with. But now the sons of bitches are all wearing masks because safety. And it's like, yeah, whatever. You know, all it takes is, well, what did he look like? He was wearing a white surgical mask. Well, gee, you just described 3/4 of the population. It's like, fuck me.
I just had another thought too, is going back to heroes. You know, those little Chinese kids that making Nikes, they work like 18 hours a day, dude. Them little fucking heroes.
There you go. And there's your fucking heroes.
Hell yeah.
You know, it isn't the people that we as a society claim are heroes. It's like, no, they're not. You signed up for that job. You know, you signed on because of whatever reason you wanted to serve the public or help people live a better life. And I appreciate the sentiment. And, you know, somebody's got to do it. But it's your fucking job. So you're not a hero. You're doing your job. So get off the gurney, get your tired ass up, and get back in there and deal with COVID. Let's get through this shit, for fuck's sake.
All that's really happening here is people are celebrating weakness, and it's starting to remind me of
right
what
there.
happened just after 9/11, when people were making speeches and they're like, "Oh, we need to have a tribute to these people who died and everything else." And one of my best friends at the time said, "The only tribute we need for this shit is to build a tower of the bones of the people who perpetrated it. And that's the only commemoration we need of any of this. Otherwise, we're just celebrating our defeat." And I think that's exactly the same kind of mentality, essentially, that we have now. People want to find a way to put a positive spin on it, but it's more like we just want to celebrate all being in victimhood together. And oh my God, I hope
we're all in this together, Nick. Come on, Nick. We're all in this together.
Well, I'm not in this with anybody except me. So
there you go. There, I'm with you. Fuck it.
I mean, seriously, that it goes back to that whole, all the collapsitarian mentality I always preach about. It's not that I want everything to blow up and die, and it's not that I think that's even necessarily a good thing, although it may be. But there's no other alternative to that right now. You have to look after yourself. Yeah, you still have to build stuff. You still have to do positive stuff in life. It's not like I'm sitting in in the Unabomber's cabin writing a manifesto or anything. But at the same time, you have to recognize the limits of what you can actually do and where it needs to start. And it gets back to what we were talking about a few hours ago, is you being your own mental point of origin and not buying into all this bullshit that they're selling.
Well, and here's, I'm glad you brought that up, because right before I came on, earlier today, I saw a news headline that said, coronavirus deaths worldwide topped 100,000. Like, that's something. Because I'm sitting there thinking, okay, we have 300,000 plus car accidents every year in the United States alone, that people die in. And so this is the Black Death that we're worrying about now, that we're not even close. I mean, we've had something I saw I think it was Associated Press or Reuters or one of them outfits. I mean, literally minutes before I came on the show was talking about there's been over 1 million infections worldwide. And I'm like, whoop-de-fucking-do. Whoop-de-fucking-do. We have 7 billion people on the planet, and 1 million of them have been infected. That's not even a drop in the bucket. This is not, we're all fucking fired up over a goddamn bug that is not even as deadly as the seasonal flu.
There's more people got killed by Karen this year than a damn flu.
Oh, seriously. I mean, how many people are going to die this year in the United States alone due to heart disease?
Do they track that, like death by Karen?
Well, I'm sure there probably is. It would probably, if you believe all women and all that shit, it's probably called self-defense is what
we should get Atham on that.
I know shit. Atham, look that up.
Yeah, seriously, look it up, Atham. Like, seriously, look it up.
Reward to social distancing snitches, huh? See, I'm glad you brought that up, since that's another. There was 2 things I noticed over the last 2 days as well. Number one, Utah, we are in an official state of emergency between COVID and the earthquake. They are extending that till July 6th. Okay. Now they can rescind it earlier, obviously, if need be, but right now they're thinking we're not going to be through everything until July 6th. That's their estimate right now. And I noticed LA County wants to extend their whole stay at home, don't go out, do nothing. They want to extend that, or not that they want to, they are extending it until I think it was May 15th. And so right there, well, when's this going to end? Well, what are the big cities saying? Because everyone else is probably going to follow along. So when Mayor Cuomo, because, oh my God, precious New York City is burning alive because we happen to live in an anthill on top of each other, oh, we're dying out here in the droves. And
Hey, Rob,
yeah.
my hometown, Bellevue, they created a website where people could report people for not social distancing.
So it's a snitch site, huh?
Yeah, Safety Doc reported on that. That's crazy. It's insane. And my area, I wouldn't mind violating the whole national service, like you park outside the sign where it says "Don't park at the trailhead." You just park in front of the sign on the side of the road, right? That's the only that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is when you got to pass all the private homes that are now dotting the trailhead area, because they call the forest rangers, and when enough of us scofflaws congregate, they send in the forest service rangers, and it's like I don't like if there's gonna be a confrontation, so be it. But it's just like so freaking frustrating where I don't know if people are gonna snitch on me,
Dude, don't. You know what? I went through the whole snitch thing. I used to be worried when I was a young lad like you, TJ, worried about who's gonna snitch, who's gonna rat on me. The thing is, I've realized I ended up a miserable fuck worrying about that shit, and so I stopped giving a fuck and literally was like, I'm polite about it, but it's like, what are you gonna do about it? And so, because I've run into that even in my job where I've been told by coworkers and all sorts of people, oh, you can't walk in here and you can't park over here and you can't do this and you can't do that. And I'm like, and I do it anyway. And what happens? Nothing. Not a fucking thing. I'm like, whatever. You guys go be afraid and worry about snitches. I'm going to go park in the red zone. I'm going to park in the handicap stalls. I'm going to park right next to the door. I'm going to walk right down the main lobby, and the security guards are all going to stop and look at me and look at each other like, well, he's not supposed to be here, but what are we going to do about it? They're not going to do a fucking thing. That's what they're not going to do.
The one difference is some of the trailheads are near private property that's owned by guys that are the preppers and survivalists, and they went there to be left alone.
So you go and be buddies with them.
And
you start mentioning terminology with them like boog, and next thing you know, they let you park in their goddamn driveway. Hey, you can park here.
Well, they don't shoot you first.
Back in so that you can have a quick getaway.
Well, like I was saying, I was private messaging you guys. I was going on a trailhead that goes through a right-of-way or setback on private property. I'm heading back after hiking about 4 miles, and I look over, and on the private property across the creek, there's this guy running over to his shed from his house with a rifle in hand. I'm like, well, shit, am I going to get shot? Like walking, I'm like making my peace with God as I'm going around the corner of this trail because I'm thinking I'm going to get shot in the head because they know you're not supposed to be there. And I'm technically on private property at that moment. So like I'm having this like panic attack. So I won't be going there. Won't be going over there ever again. But the Washington State it has those kind of people. Salt Lake City may be different, or the Utah area or whatever, but it is pretty bad. What's going on?
31st, 2020. Bellevue, Washington has started a tool to report stay-home violations. This is from the government website in Bellevue, Washington. So we're going to scroll down here to My Bellevue portal.
Talking about this such a nonchalant, like guys.
They've made it convenient. There's a map on the right. You can drag a location over here into address, write a description, and then also include photos. This is a practice we've seen in some areas of the country, but it's going to be more prevalent. Look for it in your area, probably in the next week or two.
You see,
hi everybody.
Doc needs to go and be a fucking. He needs to be like a newscaster because he even looks and sounds like a news anchor. In fact, Doc, you need to do that. You need to create a sub channel on your channel, and call it, like, instead of the safety doc, call it like the safety anchor or something. And you do your snitch reports. You snitch on the snitches. You let all of us know, like you just did right there, that Bellevue, Washington, all you are a bunch of fucking pricks and you're a bunch of pussies because your government's doing this bullshit and you're allowing it and condoning it.
Well, you know what the
Call it
problem,
the baller report.
the problem with Bellevue now is that calling them a snitch doesn't mean anything because they're from authoritarian.
It's not about them. It's about all of us.
Right, but I'm
letting
saying
us know, don't go there because they're a bunch of
Right.
commie pinkos that like to rat on each other. So fucking don't go, because that just tells me, well, when we lift the quarantine, or if I want to be a scofflaw, I love that term. I love it, TJ. I love you using it because that's such an old, like, 19th century term. But if I'm going to go be a scofflaw and abscond from Utah and go do something else, I'm not going to Bellevue, Washington, because fuck you, Bellevue. That's why.
Wow.
Okay.
Scofflaw, yeah.
Right. See, it even worked. I'll go be a scofflaw somewhere that's like, come on over to my neighborhood. We don't care where you've been. We want to hang out with you. We're not going to snitch on you. When people go, hey, well, who's this guy? Oh, this is my cousin Rob. He's been here forever. They're going to cover. They're not going to snitch. Oh, he came from Utah. Look at his license plate.
Well, go to the South. Apparently, they're the ones.
Yeah, apparently, I need to go hang out with Bull
They're
Rush.
the ones living normal lives. They're going out and just doing their thing. And it was funny how people were like trying to badmouth the South when they were tweeting about it, and just they got piled on like a sacked quarterback.
Well, what happened was I started seeing that shit, and people, and I noticed that because things really, aside from Louisiana, which the only reason Louisiana got it bad was because they have fucking Mardi Gras. But I started seeing all these articles pop up about how, oh yeah, the South, those ignorant fucks aren't going to be able to handle this when it hits them, and they're all, diabetics and everything else, and everything's going to, just be really shitty down there. And I was looking at that and I was thinking, maybe someplace like Atlanta, maybe a couple of big cities, but for the most part, down here, aside from shit being closed that shouldn't be closed, life really hasn't changed all that much. Nobody's freaking out. Nobody's, I'm sure there are some, especially I live in a college town, so there's probably a bunch of liberal fucks around here that are just
they're clutching their pearls and fucking wringing their hands. Yeah, I'm sure.
Most people down here just like, they bought more ammo. They, it's just not, nobody's really worried because we're not seeing a lot of impact here. We're not seeing a lot of deaths. We're not seeing, certainly not seeing more death or, medical problems than people getting the flu every year. So everybody down here is like, yeah, we're.
See, and in Utah, we've had our share of deaths so far. I don't even remember the numbers. It's nothing to write home about. The negative impact that I'm seeing, because everybody's, Corona, is the hospitals are empty. The clinics are empty. All the usual suspects, Karen with her fucking kids that have a runny nose, they're not hanging out. They're all at home hiding under their blankets. Mm-hmm. And so the medical staffs are being furloughed. They're shortening their hours at their clinics and at their, not the hospitals themselves, but the clinics, all of the treatment places, they're cutting back on their hours. They're cutting back on their staff. And this is not rumor. I'm talking to them. I got into one today that normally they're open till 5 o'clock. I got there at 10 to 2. They were getting ready to lock the doors and call it a day. And they're like, oh, wow, you came just in time. We were actually locking up to go home because we have nobody here. And we, corporate said, close it up, go home.
Yeah, we got the same problem because we have I work for a hospital. It's got like 500-600 beds and we're running out of work. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It's, oh yeah, we've got all the beds, we got everything in place, we're ready for whatever shows up, and nothing's showing up, and so, well, let's send people home. And I will laugh if all of a sudden we have this big surge that's supposed to happen, And all of a sudden, everybody hits the hospitals and all that shit. And there's nobody there to take care of them because guess what? They're all home. They all got sent home. The doors are locked. They got locked. We're closed. And it's like, ha, ha, ha. Isn't that some funny shit in my opinion? So fuck it. Let's close the liquor stores, guys. Come on. Let's kickstart this thing and get it going.
Let's kickstart the revolution.
I'll tell you, it'll be 72 hours. Because the first 24 hours, everybody will have to sober up from the night before. The next 24 hours everyone will be shocked.
Dude,
What?
everyone's going to be.
Liquor stores closed? Is it Sunday? It's not Sunday, is it? Jack, is it Sunday? I don't know, Bill. Is it Sunday? Because you're going to have those dumbasses that they don't know what fucking day it is. So they'll take 24 hours to figure out what day is it. Well, actually, no, today's not Sunday. Today's Monday. Well, the liquor store should be open. Then that next day it'll be, well, the liquor store's still not open. Then that next day they'll riot. 72 hours is what it will take. So I figure Monday, shut the liquor stores down. Let's do it. Let's get this fucking ball rolling. Come on.
The delirium tremens don't know anything about no pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I mean,
Well, there's pink elephants.
DTs don't give a shit.
the DTs don't give a fuck.
That's right.
The DTs are like hypergamy. They give no fucks.
Another thing that's going to happen if they got rid of the booze, this would be this conversation.
A nightclub. Little Joe, I want you to set up a bar. We ain't got no booze. We ain't got no booze.
Probably play that sequence so people can see it.
Oh, dang it. Okay.
Man.
Sounds not great. But,
I can still hear it.
Like video or something. What is this?
all right.
Kelly's Heroes.
Let's do share screen.
What I want to see is a virus that makes everybody talk like Edward G. Robinson. That's what I want.
I'm gonna talk like this, see?
Yeah, see?
It'll kind of work for these huge fat lesbians, though.
How's this?
I'll let you do that. But
Nightclub. Little Joe.
You got it?
God damn it, TJ.
You got it?
Well, it's in the
It's
middle.
showing, but play the fucker.
Time to get organized, but I want that farmhouse to look like a nightclub. Little Joe, I want you to set up a bar. We ain't got no booze. We ain't got no booze. Well, we're gonna get some booze. I'm gonna go down to battalion, see if I can lay my hands on some dirty movies. And when I come back, I want that farmhouse not only clean, but completely decorated. Do you understand that? All right, Corporal, follow on. Let's get moving.
All right.
Fantastic movie.
We ain't got no booze.
Yeah, I like the
We're gonna
loop.
get some booze.
I like the loop that somebody did. It was like 3 minutes of that.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna get some booze.
Who loved
Yeah,
the
he was in Kojak. He was just cool. There was nothing. It was just cool.
Oh yeah, that was just a fantastic, fun movie. We all watched it when we were at Village by the Sea.
I'm gonna spring on a man with my bare hands.
That's right. Speaking of that, the Village by the Lake is still happening.
Yep.
Yep.
We're doing it. Fuck this
Yeah,
bullshit.
Vince, I don't know what the safari is going to do because I don't because a lot of these places over here, these leases are shut down, obviously. So
Yeah. Keep me posted.
all right.
But the Village by the Lake is still happening. So
What's the
Damn
lake?
right.
that is the end of April. We're converging on Rob's house. Yep. In the lake, meaning Salt Lake.
It's going to be the end of April, Red Crusader. Like around the 28th, 29th, somewhere in that ballpark is where it's going to be.
Yeah. The 20, hang on. TJ and I will be flying in on the 23rd.
There we go.
Yep. TJ's leaving on the 26th. I'm leaving on the 27th the 27th. So we'll still be broadcasting. I'll make sure I pack the laptop. I'll be broadcasting from where Rob is. TJ and I are gonna bookend Rob. We're gonna make a human Rob sandwich.
Damn right, we're not going to be practicing social distancing. Fuck them.
Nope. And TJ will probably sit in Rob's lap. So
I'm okay.
That's probably not gonna happen. One, I'll probably end up crushing Rob if we try to do that.
Well, then I'll sit in your lap, TJ. It'll be even better.
That'll be even creepier.
All right, Bacon. So you're going to drive up to see TJ, but you won't drive up to see us? Well, you piece of... TJ's not doing his lake. That would be... When we go to TJ's house, it would be Village by the Mountain.
Village into the mountain, yeah.
Maybe Village by the bunker.
Village in the bunker, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to evade all the mines.
That's all right. I got a mine detector. We're good.
The mines and the tripwires and the...
There you go.
Claymores.
And apparently feral cats, according to TJ.
And feral cats.
Yeah.
You got feral pussy running in there?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yep. But anyway, the Village by the Lake is happening. Rob's going to cook for us too. He has an apron all ready to go.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're gonna have game meat. I've got antelope, elk. I got all kinds of shit here.
Nice.
That elk was good, man.
Yep.
Wow. One for you, one for me. Two for you, and two for me.
What's that from?
What's coming to me, see? We should probably play that. Most people have no idea.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
They have no idea what we're talking about when we talk about that. That voice comes from, and that shtick comes from Racketeer Rabbit from like 1946 or some shit. Let me see if I can get. Hang on. Yeah, here you go. All right.
You sharpening your knife to cut the throat of some commie?
That's right.
You gonna have a cottontail like this? Of course, this one's 50% wool.
The rabbit! Oh, I'll get you for this. Yeah, Rocky's gonna rub you out, see? Get me my shoes.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna tear you to ribbons. I'm gonna mow you down. Hand me my shirt. I'm gonna rip you to bits. Give me my tie. Oh, I'm gonna...
Hold still, will you? There, you're as pretty as a picture.
You can't do that to Rocky and get away with it. I'm giving you 2 seconds to give me the dough, see?
Okay. But first you gotta close your eyes.
Yeah? Why?
Because I don't want you to see where it's hid.
Oh, all right. I'll count to 10 and you better give it to me, see?
Don't worry, brother. I will.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now give it to me. Oh, Rocky's really mad now. What? March Bugsy. Don't look at me like that, Moxie. I'm your pal, Moxie. Your buddy pal. Yeah.
It's curtains for you, Rocky. Curtains.
No, not that. No.
Curtains, you understand? Curtains.
Oh, they're adorable. Come on, open up, Rocky. It's your cops. The cop. Hide me, pal. Hide me. Don't let the coppers get me.
Isn't he a trusting soul? Okay, I'll hide you. Quick in here. Swap your seat. Try this for size. No, don't fit. This replacement.
Love it.
You know what
Quite.
y'all were talking about earlier with millennials? There needs to be a delineation between the millennial generation because there's kids that are considered millennials that have never seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
But that's stuff like I grew up watching.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, Boris,
Exactly.
you're absolutely right. I grew up on all that old stuff. I grew up
Like
Well,
Tom and Jerry.
that's easy to figure out. You ask them, you ever seen this? When they go, huh? You go, okay, you're a dipshit. And you
Yep.
move on.
Uh-huh. We use that. That's the litmus test. The Racketeer Rabbit. Are you a dipshit?
Well, no,
I like what he said. I grew up on all that old stuff.
I know, right?
no, I'm just saying, like, we grew up on that stuff, and then younger millennials look at us like we're crazy.
We talked about. Well, you're right, TJ and Boris, and then we talked about this with Tim with classical music. That's my introduction to classical music. Is from Warner Brothers cartoons and Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, because they can't even. I know they stopped showing Tom and Jerry like the original cartoons on Cartoon Network here several years ago because it was violent. You know, I mean, it's not really that violent, but it's funny.
Oh
now
yeah,
we got some kind of crap on there. I don't know what it
Wait,
is.
it's racist too.
Hmm?
It's racist too.
Yeah, racist. Yeah.
It has the Aunt Jemima character.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Ridiculous.
You know what's funny though is like you never even like knew that as a kid. Like you don't make that connection. That's adults making that connection, not kids.
Yeah, and it's yeah.
This idea that kids somehow watch that and like, oh, I gotta go oppress minorities, you know, like
Yeah.
like, and most kids are like, I remember I have those still, and I'm watching it, and you just assume she's a emotional housewife, you know, like you just people
How old are you? How old are you, Sass? They might have you beat.
He's probably 80.
80.
I mean, Aaron's 90 years old, and he's in a 30-year-old, the 20 to 12-year-old. He's in a 5'4" man's body,
Aaron Cahan Clary.
Yeah, he's in a gay man's body.
Gonna be
Hey guys, I gotta cut out because I gotta go do Red Evening.
All right, have fun.
See you
Yeah.
guys.
We're gonna be wrapping up soon too. Yeah, well, you do have us all beat, absolutely.
Oh, Sass is 62. Holy crap!
He is
I thought
probably
the old fuck.
I'm the boomer.
Your mother warned you about.
That's funny.
Damn it, Mom!
God damn it, Mom.
I'm not calling you Dad, Sass. Go fuck yourself.
Not dad, more like grandfather.
Yeah, really. Jesus.
Grandpa Sat. Oh man. What? We're at the Warhammer due to some homeless guys that can't figure out the free.
Are y'all also have y'all seen the new Voltron series?
I have not, no.
Oh God, don't do it.
No.
Do you like the old Voltron series?
It was okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. You saw when it was released? I love it. We have to have you on the show if you're amenable to that. You don't have to show your video if you don't want to, but that'd be kind of cool to have you on.
Jeez.
So, Nick, how long do you normally run the Let 'Em Burn?
We usually stop right now when Rob has to go to Red Evening.
Okay, we'll keep that because I got to get some stuff done before I head to bed. So, that's it, everyone. We're coming up on 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. It's not a record. Our record, I think, is almost 8. That was the New Year's Eve. Yeah,
That was New Year's Eve one.
that was. Yeah, that was a good one. But yeah, Rick and Morty is. I love Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty is a good doc. So, everyone in the chat, thank you for watching. Everyone who is watching at a later time, the playback, thank you very much. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Hit the notification bell for all the good that it will do. I know lately it's not been very accurate or very reliable, but please do so anyway. Alec, good to see you in the chat. Talk to you later. Safety Doc, Atham. I was just remarking upon that, Atham, that I was saying hit the notification bell for all the good that it does. I think what I need to do is when we do these random podcasts, I'll do my best to tweet them out. So check your Twitter accounts for these kind of things. Although I have to say, if you're checking your Twitter account regularly, we do also stream to Periscope, which is Twitter. So that should come up in your feed. So pay attention. The bells, I know, Atham, I know it's on. YouTube hasn't been very reliable lately with that. I've gotten numerous complaints about that. I'm not sure if I don't think it's targeted directly at us. I just think it's a random YouTube thing that's been happening.
YouTube kind of on your autopilot right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, which is weird to me because not for anything, they can do their job for the most part. They can do their job from home as well. So there's really no reason for this at all. You don't physically have to be standing in front of a fucking server.
Well, wouldn't there be issues with like security and stuff like that, or could they figure that out?
They should be able. That's their own. If it's their own equipment, they should be able to VPN no problem into their servers and fix that shit. So
right,
something else is going on that we don't know about, and they need to get their shit together. But yes, just start checking your Twitter feeds for notifications about random podcasts. So yeah, fuck YouTube, pretty much. Okay. Can you do live on Twitter? Yes, we are live on Twitter. With StreamYard, yes. With the paid basic account, you can stream to two venues, as it were. So right now, I have YouTube and Twitter. So there you go. All right, gentlemen. Just had a brief brain fart. I'm getting old too. All right,
Nick still alive? Oh, okay.
You what?
I was asking if Nick was still alive.
He is. He isn't frozen.
Okay.
So, we're going to do a little bit of housekeeping here. Bullrush, do you care to share where everyone can reach you, or you want to keep that incognito? Like do you do like a website? Do you a podcast you want to do? Do you want to do any about your Twitter feed? Anything? No.
No.
All right. So you're going to find Bullrush here. So sorry, Nick.
NickAugust.xyz and punchriot.com.
There you go. TJ?
You know how to find me.
That's right.
TJMail.com.
There you go. And I'm on Masculine Geek, as you know. Truck Nuts. Safety Doc with his Truck Nuts.
Ooh, no.
Are you referring to Bullrush, trucknuts.biz? That's where you can find Bullrush. Not really, I'm joking. Anyway. All right, everyone. Enjoy your evenings. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And until the next Masculine Geek podcast, keep the fires burning. Keep moving forward. Don't take any wood nickels. And do not let the bastards wear you down.
Don't let the old man in.
That's right.